All right, we should be live on YouTube in just a second. I'll double check.
I'll send out the announcement in a mo.
Looks like we're good on YouTube. Let me hit live on the TikToks.
Okay, boomer.
Actually, so my dad's side of the family was all from the deep south, the hollers, as they say. And you wouldn't believe
Ah.
how many things get extra S's added to them for no good reason. George Bush wasn't the only one doing it.
Oh yeah, no. I can understand that.
My grandma used to say the Piggly Wigglies rather than Piggly Wiggly.
That's
All
pretty
right,
funny.
let me request
All
up
right, it looks like we're
on.
live there. Let me pop out a chat. And then I'll request on TikTok. We have a whole operation here going now. Yeah,
All right,
honestly, last week hosting was it kept me more sorry, one sec.
I got you.
It
I
it
got you.
it, it kept me more focused because I had more stuff to worry about. So I wasn't like wandering off when Ian was talking about whatever. And honestly, like I think it went pretty smoothly.
Oh,
There were
good.
some sound hiccups at the very beginning, but I fixed them. So I've also implemented using your super chat stuff or essentially the same methods on my own stream, and it's so much better. It's so much cleaner than what I used to be doing.
It saves so much space. And the only time I've ever
Yep.
seen it hiccup, I've seen the software hiccup before, and I just restarted the software and it was fine again after that. But
So
yeah.
I actually have even been using it for TikTok GIFs because it can read TikTok GIFs and you can highlight those too, which is pretty impressive.
Actually, I haven't integrated that yet. I'll have to integrate that.
It does mean that the comments come very quickly in the like the comment feed, and also the GIFs come very quickly because people will send like little hearts or whatever, which is like 1 cent. Um, but it's nice to acknowledge when somebody sends you a galaxy or something, and then you can read off their name.
Yeah, because that's the biggest thing is I'm looking at so much happening on multiple screens at
Hmm.
once that I don't see the TikTok gifs often. If I could
Me
integrate
too.
those into my super chat window, I would actually be able to catch them. I'll make sure and integrate that. That's a good idea. We are gonna have Ian eventually, friends. Don't worry. Our philosophy pal is gonna be joining us in a little bit. He's they're just a little bit behind schedule, and so don't worry. Ian's gonna be able to do some cooking with us shortly. But listen, you've got Dr. Blitz. You got the big brain here, and we'll if we get some Bible calls early on, we can even it out right from the start. But thank
You
you
know,
for
we
being
could
here.
we could fill in our philosophy gap with Q-Top. I hear that he's
Oh
doing philosophy
no.
these days.
He tries. I mean,
He
is he
tries.
still
Got to give
doing
him credit for
precept?
trying.
Did he
Oh
ever move
yeah.
away? Oh no.
No, he's doing precept and flat Earth. Like those are the things that he does.
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
he's
and also
flat
right wing
now.
politics. Oh, he's been a flat earther for like over a year.
That's
I actually
crazy.
know who convinced him to be a flat earther, and it was like a neo-Nazi.
Oh, oh no. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I was actually having this conversation not that long ago with shoot, I don't know why I forgot his name. Voice of Reason, Vor. Because he
Hmm.
was lamenting the fact that there's so much crossover with flat Earth and other racist conspiracy theories, and it was driving
Hmm.
him crazy. And I was like, yeah,
And
yeah, I'm with
Christianity.
you. Yeah, 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 yeah. But
Yeah, no. Like
religion,
I don't like him,
mhm,
but I do respect that he hates flat earthers as much as I do.
yeah, it's been studied. People that grow up with religion and are deep in religion are much more likely to believe in conspiracy theories and to believe in things that are simply not true. Because, and this has been my experience when I was in the church, is you're kind of trained rather than to do proper research. You're trained to divide people, and these are people I can trust. These are people I don't
Yep.
trust. It has nothing to do with the data. It's all about I can't trust this person because they're demonic. I can trust this person because so and so.
Well, yeah. I mean, you
Um,
can't trust demons, obviously.
Obviously, obviously not. We got a super chat from our friend Neck too, but the guest boxes are open, friends. If you're watching on YouTube, the guest link is on the screen, tiny.cc/UA guest. It's also in the description of the video, at least it should be. If you're watching on TikTok, you already know how to join the discussion. Just hit the guest request button on the bottom of the screen and you'll get in. Neck2, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Super appreciate that, my friend. Says your new cameras look great, fellas. Rock hard for Doug. Well, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I do think that upgrading the camera equipment really does make a difference, but if the arguments are still bad, it doesn't matter.
Now you can see my imperfect skin.
No, you got baby face. Don't even worry about it.
Well, I mean, that's because I shave every morning, but like, there's the bumps and stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, you're gonna get
No,
some of
my
that.
wife hates beards.
Mm.
There might be some like early childhood trauma there. Like it's not clear, but yeah, she hates beards.
That happens. She likes she doesn't like to get exfoliated when she's cuddling.
Yeah.
I get that. We got a guest in our TikTok queue, so let's bring him in.
Sounds good.
How you doing, Yokai?
Hello, good morning.
Whoa,
Howdy.
Yokai, you have to be at least 18 to participate in these discussions.
Oh,
How old
I'm
are you?
34. My birthday was yesterday. I'm 34. I was born
Oh,
in 91.
sorry. You sounded very,
sound like a
very
child.
young. Okay, just making sure. I was like, wait, we can't talk to minors here. Okay, that's fine. So, Yokai, are you, you're at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god or maybe even multiple gods?
I believe that there is a reality to God that we haven't fully encompassed with science yet. I feel like we haven't even gotten out of the observable universe yet. Like there could be some great attractor thing that has some kind of magical quantum ability to like pop things into existence that we can't even fathom yet.
How's that strike you, Blitz?
So I think that's how I believe.
Well, I mean, look, so like there's a lot of stuff that we don't know about the universe. One of the things that we do know, I guess two of the things that we do know is one, you can't get outside of the observable universe. This is not something that we ever expect to be able to do. The second thing is the great attractor is inside the observable universe. I don't know if you knew that.
So, explain to me how can we not get outside the observable universe? Is this because there's just nothing there from?
No, the
the
observable
point of
universe
origin?
is the or the boundary between the observable universe and the unobservable universe is the speed of light, essentially. You'd have to travel faster than the speed of light to escape the observable universe. It's called the observable universe because light has had enough time to get to us. Well, okay, there's something called the particle horizon, there's the cosmological horizon, but the point is there is a boundary beyond which you cannot go because the universe is expanding so quickly.
So it's just we'll never reach it. Ever.
Yeah, but also the great attractor is not mystical or magical. The great attractor is
Well, I meant, like,
just
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Explain what it is.
So the great attractor, look, like we can see almost everywhere in the sky. You can look north of the galaxy, you can look south of the galaxy, and you can see stuff. You can even look kind of out of the galaxy along the disk. The trouble is if you look in the direction of, so the galaxy is a disk, right? We're kind of like a third of the way out from the center. If you look towards the center, there's a galaxy in the way, our galaxy. So you can't see stuff beyond it. The trouble is the great attractor is beyond it. So we know that we're moving towards something. We just can't see it because our galaxy is in the way. But it's almost certainly just more galaxies. It's just a whole bunch of heavy galaxies that we can't see.
Okay. So we don't know if it's a supermassive black hole or it's just super dense, like Oort clouds.
It's almost
and
certainly just a
galaxies.
bunch of It's almost certainly just a bunch of galaxies.
So we're certain it's
Big
more
galaxy
towards on the
cluster.
galaxy side, big galaxies that we might.
Well, yeah, I mean,
collide.
there's nothing else that could really be, and it's not like there's no abrupt change happening, so we just can't see them.
So theoretically there wouldn't be anything like the Great Attractor outside the observable universe because there's just not.
There could be lots of stuff outside the observable universe.
sorry
We just
about
can't
that.
observe it.
There's just not mass there to create light.
No, so there's almost certainly tons of stuff outside the observable universe. We just can't see it because the light can't get to us. And it can't affect us either because, again, anything that would try to affect us would have to get to us faster than the speed of light, and nothing can.
Okay, so nothing can come at us from the outside of our observable universe. So we're kind of
Yeah,
effectively in
yeah.
a quarantine bubble.
You could say that. It's just a really big bubble. So it
A
doesn't
big
feel
bubble
too
that we can.
quarantined.
Okay, so we really can't get out, and nothing can really come at us,
Yep.
unless it's going
We
faster than the speed of light.
Unfortunately, we only have a sphere 93 billion light years across to explore. Poor us.
I see. So wouldn't, not to be the devil's advocate, but I love being the devil's advocate. Wouldn't that give more credence to a creator then, that we were created in this little bubble niche and we're not going to be able to expand outside of that? Any viable life form would have to be created in the same vacuum as we have, so they would have to be theoretically as far away as we are from the center of our galaxy or the centers of their own galaxies. But
I
we
don't
haven't
see
found anything
how
yet.
I don't see how this has anything to do with the creator, though.
Theoretically, we're supposed to be like the chosen creation, and like, even that doesn't mention other creations, but in theory, if he had created other things, he would have to do it within the same scientific method. Like, there's so many hundreds of thousands of years that the planet has to become a cooled rock before water can even form on it. So we kind of have a timeline of how things are going to evolve to get to a certain type of life that we would consider intelligent, but we haven't seen
But
any
why
it anywhere else
why would
yet.
we think that there's a divine creator involved at all?
Would it be more? I guess that comes into what comes into question is comfort versus reality. Would it be more comfortable to assume that we just happen to be a random viability of creation in the scientific sense of like, oh, boop, humans, we just happen to
It,
be, rather
I mean, it
than
might be more comfortable, but that doesn't. I don't know if something being comfortable gives you a good reason to believe it. Well, okay, let me rephrase. Perhaps it does give you a good reason to believe it. It doesn't give you a good reason to think it's actually true.
right.
And that's the thing that we're interested in, right?
I don't know. I feel like we're gonna have more discoveries that'll lend itself. Like we've discovered the God particle in the last 10 years. I think it's been in the last 10 years. That's
What do you think
something
the
that
God particle
was.
is? Do you think that that has anything to do with a divine creator?
I feel like that could very easily take the place of a divine creator and going like, hey ho, there's a very specific thing that needs to happen in the chronology of creating life. So that could be then the idea of the creator of that particle needing to exist in order for the chain of life to progress into
So,
intelligent life like us.
do you know why it's called the God particle? Why some people call it that? Have you heard the story?
I don't know, really. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there was a physicist who was also an author named Leon Letterman back in I want to say the early 90s. He was writing a book about the Higgs boson. The Higgs boson was theorized to exist in the late 60s, early 70s by Peter Higgs and a few other people. And so he was writing a book about how this thing has to exist in order for all of our theories to make sense. And yet it's so hard to find. And so, because particle colliders are hard to make, and it was a hard particle to find. And so he wanted to write a book about this goddamn particle, right? So he was going to title the book "The Goddamn Particle," and his publisher was like, we can't call it that. We can't put "damn" in the name of the book." So they changed it to "The God Particle." But it has nothing to do with divine creation. It has nothing to do with being the key to life or anything like this. Like it's just a name. And honestly, people should stop using it because that's not what it's called. It's called the Higgs boson. I have strong feelings about this. Please stop calling it the God particle.
Okay, duly noted. I'll see if
Thank
I
you.
can stop calling it that. I don't have very many scientific friends to talk to, so
It's okay. Well, anything else?
Um, well, just let's see, let's try to like put a final nail in the coffin of like how I delineate God versus science. Because as I was saying, like I was trying to use the God particle and the great attractor and the observable universe. I'm like, okay, so these being the laws that there are, they're not in any way special to science, I'm guessing, to make our reality the way it is. Like this is just cookie cutter basic math repeated over and over again, whether or not we can see it or not. Is that correct?
I don't I don't really know what you mean. I mean, like the physics is what it is. We figure out what physics is the physics that describes our universe by doing experiments and then giving theorists a chalkboard and 10 years. So, like, it, I guess it could have been another way. Maybe. We don't know. This is just how it is.
So we just know that this is how it is for us. There's not anything that makes it special in our area of the observable universe than it would be anywhere else. Just because we're
Not
assuming that
apparent.
it repeats
No,
itself.
not really. No.
Okay. I'm just wondering, like, as far as the Fermi paradox goes, that if it's all the same cookie dough, why haven't we seen any aliens that are similar or just because we're,
Because the universe is very
diversified?
big.
It's much bigger than we think it is, as far
It's
as
much
life
bigger than
would
your intuit.
populate.
It's much bigger than your intuition would lend it to be, right?
Okay.
The amount of time going at if you took a spaceship, a space probe or whatever, going at 40,000 miles an hour, or something like that,
Go ahead.
60,000 miles an hour, whatever it is, and you headed towards the nearest star, it would take you tens of thousands of years to get there. The universe is really big. Stars are really far away from each other. The fastest thing in the universe, light, it takes years to go from star to star. Like the universe is big. Even if there was life, in our stellar neighborhood, 100 light years away, they wouldn't even know that we exist yet because we haven't been broadcasting for more than, 70 years.
So I did watch something on like how far away all the radio broadcasts that we've ever sent. It's only been like a certain fraction
Since
of our
since
silly
about
neighborhood
since about 1940s.
since about the 1940s. It's a very small neighborhood. Is there anything that
Hmm.
can punch through the fabric of space faster than a radio wave that we could possibly start
The
seeing in
speed
the
of light is
future?
the fastest you can go. But
Is there
look,
anything
we
that we
are
can make faster than radio waves,
no.
though?
The speed
No?
of light is the fastest you can go. Radio
Okay.
waves travel at the speed of light. So Yokai, we are
I
very, very
understand.
far off topic. So we should probably
Okay,
let you go.
sorry.
Is
All
there
right, sounds
anything
good.
else you want to say before we call you up before we cut you off?
Nope, nothing else.
All right. Well, thanks for being here, Yokai.
It's good to hear from you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
That was
Well, she was nice.
she was nice. But you rage baited me. Why would you do this to me? We could have been on topic, but you rage baited me.
I couldn't stop it. You know I couldn't stop it. Sorry to open the stream with your personal 9/11.
It's just like 9/11 after 9/11 after 9/11. One day we're gonna get somebody who's like, my dad died on 9/11, and I'm just gonna feel bad.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna be in a lot of trouble with that when that happens.
Yeah, canceled. Unapologetic is canceled.
All right, let's grab our next guest. I'm gonna. I apologize. I don't know what order that y'all came in at, but we're gonna grab Damien next. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join the conversation as well. There is a link on the screen that you can utilize to get into the conversation. How you doing,
I'm gonna step
Damien?
away for just a minute.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Hey, I just want to start off. I'm not Christian at all. I'm not very religious in the common sense. I just have a question.
But do you
You
believe in
know,
God?
it's not in the traditional sense. I don't believe. I don't pray. I don't do any of that. Traditional stuff.
Well,
I
I'm not
believe in
asking
the
if you're
infinite.
religious though. I just want to know if you believe in a God.
Um, I don't know if I have an answer for that.
So maybe.
I believe. Go ahead.
So maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. I grew up in an atheist household. You know, my whole life I've been atheist. But through mathematics, my own studies and stuff like that, I'm fascinated by the infinite. And I just have, a question about your opinion on infinity. Because on that topic, if this universe is a part of the infinite, then somewhere out in the universe there is, God, there is Allah, there is somewhere. Everything has to confine into one thing.
No, I don't think so.
No.
You're still bound by the laws of physics. Having like an infinite size or an infinite amount of time doesn't mean that you have an infinite amount of possibility,
Well, why is that?
because you're still bound by the laws of physics.
Yeah, I guess. Right. That makes sense. But on that same point, I mean, the word infinity, I don't know. I guess my mindset goes to like, wouldn't there be a different version of infinity? Because infinity spans to infinity. There's an infinite amount of infinities. And
So maybe I
so,
could help illustrate the point that Justin's making. Do you think that if the universe were infinitely large, do you think that there are any triangles with four sides in the universe?
no, I mean, it's a stupid debate or a stupid topic to talk about. Obviously, infinity could mean anything. My
No, it's not that it could mean anything. Like it has a very specific meaning. The question is just whether or not you can have triangles with four sides in an infinite universe.
right, not within this physics. Obviously, that's true.
It, and that's the point. Like in an infinite universe, assuming that there's a few extra assumptions built in, but they're probably quite reasonable. Basically, anything that can physically happen will happen, and has happened in an infinite universe. But that's only things that that can physically happen, right? There are obviously things that can't happen, like a triangle with four sides.
Right.
Or
I don't know.
a,
I don't
a
know. What I was
planet made
gonna.
entirely of burritos.
No, that could happen. No physical law. That doesn't violate any physical laws, Justin.
Very true. Very true.
I'm going to the burrito planet later today, actually. Gotta eat lunch.
It'd be a really shitty planet.
Actually, there was an XKCD what if a while ago about a planet made entirely of like lions, I think. And it basically
Oh.
just turns into like hot mush.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of expectedly. Like it anyway.
I don't know. Thanks for having me, though.
Hey, Damien, it was good to hear from you, man. Interesting
being here,
theory,
bud.
though. You're not alone. A lot of people have thought the same thing. It's hard to not let that kind of thinking cross your mind at some point because it's an interesting thing to consider. Bartholomew, thank you so much for the 5 Canuck bucks. Good to see you. Says Voyager 1 is traveling at 17 kilometers per second. It would take nearly 75,000 years for it to reach Proxima Centauri at that speed. Yeah, that's a long time. Holy smokes.
The universe is big.
Humanity might have already destroyed itself by then. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Eric S., thank you for the $5 super chat, says there are infinite numbers between 0 and 1, but none of them are equal to 2. Well, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause it's
By the
outside of
way,
set.
so there's an interesting statement to be made about exploring other stars, planets, which is or there's an interesting question, which is namely, when is the most optimal time to send a probe? Because clearly, if we sent a probe now, it would take 75,000 years to get to the nearest star. But if we waited 500 years, maybe our technology will have advanced enough so that when we do send it, it'll only take 10,000 years. But then maybe in 500 years, we'll be thinking, okay, well, if we wait another 500 years, maybe we'll be able to be even faster still. And so there's actually like it's almost like a game theory question as to when we should start exploring the stars. When would it actually be worth it? Because
That's a
right
really
now,
good
it's probably
point.
not.
Or we could just wait until we get really close to the Andromeda Galaxy and
We won't be here.
I think the
Our
sun's going
star
to eat us
won't
up
be
before
here.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
How you doing, Zach?
Good. Yourself?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Zach, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am at least 18, and I would consider myself an agnostic theist.
Sure.
Agnostic theist. Okay.
What type of a God do you believe in, or do you believe in multiple gods?
I believe in a monotheistic God. I have more sympathies for the Christian tradition just because that how is how I was raised. But I guess my question. So if you look back at some of the geniuses throughout history, Newton, Leibniz, Euler, Gauss, Kepler, Galileo, all of these people were theists. How do
So
you? I guess where does in a problem
Look,
that's
so
I don't
consider
believe that.
this.
all the
Yep.
smartest people right now don't believe in God. Like all the majority of like scientists, physicists, cosmologists, they're much less likely to believe in a God. So like it just depends on what time period you're looking at. I'm not sure this is a great argument.
Well, my main argument is more of a, I guess, argument from utility, right? If you look at the Christian tradition kind of empirically and you see the tenets that they believe in, right? It's
Like slavery?
pacifistic. What was that?
Like slavery?
Uh, no, not like slavery.
Oh, but they promoted slavery, and so does the Bible.
The Bible does not promote slavery.
Oh, sure it does. Yeah, it says you can own slaves in Leviticus 25, Exodus 21, and Isaiah 14.
The that's referring to bond servitude, which is a different thing than American slavery.
Oh
American slavery
no,
was
that's
inherently racist and was not a
racism.
good thing.
Racism has nothing to do with whether or not slavery is slavery. You can have slavery without racism. You know that.
Yeah, but I'm sure that you know as well that the Greek form of slavery, where they considered the bond servant as a member of the household, a member of the family,
They were
is
Hebrews.
fundamentally different than the uh, form of hateful slavery that was in use in the American continent.
Look at.
I don't know why
I
you
don't think
keep
it has to be.
referring to America. We're not talking about America. We're talking about the Christian teaching. It says you can own slaves. You can treat them like property. You can beat them with a rod. You can beat them so severely with a rod that they accidentally unalive, and you're not going to be held liable for it.
Well, that is from the Old Testament, right? That
So
that was discontinued by Christ, right?
no, it wasn't.
If you look at what
Christ,
Christ did to
Christ
the
said
teachings,
Christ said the law is going to be in effect until heaven and earth pass away. He said, if you want to be least in the kingdom of heaven, don't follow the law. If you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, follow it and teach it.
he also said, "I did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it." Right?
Yeah, that same passage. That same
Let me give you an
passage.
example.
That,
Let me
that
give you an
same.
example.
Zach,
The
pay
Old
attention.
Testament law.
Zach, hey, buddy, pay attention. The
Yep.
same passage you're quoting is the same passage I'm quoting, which doesn't
I'm,
mean that the law goes away. Have you actually read the whole thing? Because he
I
says
have,
in that
and let me give you.
passage, he says in that passage, hold on, just don't get your panties in a twist. We're going to get there. We're not in a rush.
I don't know why you
All
have to
right.
be rude about it.
I'm not being rude about it. Just calm down. We're going to read the passage together. It says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish but fulfill. So Jesus didn't abolish the law. And now I know what you want. You want the word fulfill to mean abolish, but it doesn't. Fulfill will never mean abolish. It's the opposite of that. And that's why he says, for truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Heaven and earth haven't passed away, which is why he says in the next verse, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus specifically says that following the law makes you great in the kingdom of heaven. And that law includes the law of slavery.
So let me give you an example here. Right? Christ, according
Yeah,
to the Jewish
don't
law.
address the passage at all. Don't, whatever you do, don't do that.
All right. So according to Jewish law, right, if a woman was a prostitute, right, she would be killed. You have an
No,
example of Christ.
that's
You have
not
an
the
example
case.
of Christ saying
Nope,
an
that's not the
adulterer.
case.
Sorry, an
That's a lie.
adulterer. Yep.
You're,
That is
that's not in the
absolutely
Bible.
the case.
No, it's not.
I can pull up the
Prove
passage
it.
for you.
There's a passage where
Okay.
you kill a priest's daughter. If a priest's daughter is a prostitute, you get to light her on fire. But you don't just get to go around killing prostitutes.
I meant to say adulterer.
You said prostitute, not adulterer. You gotta use the right word.
All right. Well, if you let me continue, uh,
Yeah, we know
according to Jewish law.
Deuteronomy 22 says that adulterers get killed. We know that.
Yep. And so the Jews wanted to stone an adulterer, but Christ stopped a large mob from stoning an adulterer.
Yeah, John
That's
8, I know.
that's obviously contrary to Jewish law. So how are you trying to say that Christ wants to uphold the Jewish law when obviously he was for women's rights before anyone else was?
Well, first of all, that's not even original to the Bible. That was added in the 6th century. We have no early manuscripts whatsoever that come even close to saying what that verse says. That was added by people much after the Bible had already been written and compiled and turned into what we call the Bible by people who wanted to soften Jesus's stance. Jesus explicitly tells you to follow the law. There's not a single occasion in all of the Bible of what's actually original to it that Jesus doesn't commit to following the law.
So I will add that there are people who use all religions, they warp and twist them to kind of meet their own ends. But if you go on the tenets of Christ's teachings, blessed are the poor, you should love your neighbor as yourself. I fundamentally think that those are good teachings. Do you think that those are good
That was
teachings?
already in Leviticus. Love your neighbor as yourself is Leviticus 19:18, and just 6 chapters later, God says you can own slaves. So obviously owning slave and loving your neighbor are not incompatible.
Well, you didn't answer my retort to that where I said
I did.
bond-
It's almost like you didn't hear my answer. My
No,
answer
so-
addresses specifically the passage you brought up. You're asking me, does love your neighbor make a good
You aren't letting me
foundation?
speak
And I'm
at
saying
all.
no, not in the way in which the Bible uses it, because the Bible says that loving your neighbor and owning slaves are not incompatible.
You're kind of debating in you're not really letting me speak here. Bond servitude.
I
right,
answered
what
your
the-
question.
What the Greeks allowed for was people to go under contract, right? You could sell yourself into slavery to
Or
settle
your
debt.
children.
Okay.
Or they would come and take your children against your will. Have you actually read any Roman and Greek history? They would just come and take your children, that you didn't get the chance to give them up. They come and they steal your children.
But
You know what they did with
difference-
those children? You know what little 11, 10, 12-year-old boys, when they went into slavery, you know what happened to them in Greek and Roman society? Have you ever read about the symposiums? Do you know what they did to little boys at symposiums? When the philosophers got together and got drunk and talked about philosophy, you know what they did to little boys that were slaves? They weren't household members. They were brutally raped. Slavery's never been good. It's never been good.
Look, I'm not arguing for slavery here. I'm saying there's a fundamental difference between what happened in the Americas and what was happening in Roman.
No one has mentioned America once. I don't know why you keep bringing it up.
Well, I'm bringing it up to say that the type of slavery that was in the Americas, I don't think would be permissible in the Bible.
The only difference is racism. That's it.
And I think that's a pretty big difference, don't you?
No, I don't think so. I think if you're being owned as property, you're being beaten and raped.
Racism is a big difference?
The fact that they're not racist against you is irrelevant. When they're beating you, whipping you, scourging you, making you do forced labor, yeah, I'm not too worried about what they think about my skin color at that moment.
You don't think that thinking an entire race is inferior and deserves to be enslaved is a bad thing?
Yeah,
Zach,
it is a
so
bad thing, but
the-
that's irrelevant to whether or not slavery is bad. Slavery is
the
bad
point
with
is
or without racism.
From the perspective of the slave, do you think that they cared that the slave owners called them the N-word?
I think it's fundamentally different based off of a society that is willing to enslave an entire race versus, like, if you look at Greek and Roman societies, would you say that there were slaves who were treated as part of the family, part of the household, treated well?
We would say the same thing of the American South. Again, making these comparisons don't fix anything. There were certainly slaves in the American South that felt like members of the household. This is not a winning argument for you. Just trying to constantly compare ancient slavery to modern slavery is not a good look.
I'm saying they're fundamentally different.
What's the difference?
The racist aspect. I think that
But the
makes a huge-
racism is irrelevant.
For example, if you can...
Okay, so Zach, if you eliminate the racism, is slavery okay? Like if I own a mixture of slaves, some of them white, some of them black, is that okay?
I think if you are willing to sell, so like if you
Zach,
look at
pay
American,
attention. That's not my question. My question requires a yes or no. If I own slaves and it has nothing to do with race, if I own a whole team of white slaves, is that okay?
I think bond servitude is fine.
I
If
said
you are,
slaves.
I think there's a fundamental difference between bond servitude
Zach,
and
if
slavery.
I own another human being as property that's white and I make them work for free, I don't let them leave, I don't pay them, and I beat them, is that good or bad?
I don't think people should beat anyone, and I don't think. But I'll give you an
Zach,
example.
try again. It
American,
requires a yes or no answer.
It doesn't. It's more
It
complex
does.
than that.
We'll try
look
this
at-
again. Actually, we'll try this.
look at
Blitz.
American-
If I own another human being as property, even though they're white, and I beat them and make them do forced labor, am I good or bad?
You're bad.
Oh, that was really easy. Zach, your turn. Let me know if this is easier for you now that you got one answer out.
Look at American military service.
Still
The
looking for a yes or no, Zach.
The American government owns
Still looking for a yes or no, Zach.
members as property.
Still looking for a yes or no, Zach. Is it okay to own another human being as property and to beat them, make them do forced labor, don't pay them? Is that okay? First of all, that's called slavery. Second of all, is it okay?
No, it's not okay.
Oh,
to
there we
beat-
go. That's all we needed. Okay. Well, the Bible says you can do that.
It says that bond servitude is okay, and that is
It
a hill I'll
says
die on.
it says slavery, and you're wrong. And I'm about
So,
to show you again that
Justin-
you actually don't know what's in the Bible. I don't know why you
Justin,
Christians
question.
come up here and you're so confident in a book you've never read. What's up,
Justin,
Blitz?
question.
I
So
don't
in
know why you're
Leviticus-
insulting me.
So in Leviticus, there's a Hebrew word that they use to describe slaves that you can buy from your neighbors, right? Is that the same word or is it a different word as was used to describe the Hebrew slaves in Egypt?
It's actually the same word because it's got a wide semantic range, but typically there's two types of slaves. There's mas, and then there are the eved and the amah. And mas is like a forced labor group, like what happened to the Israelites in Egypt. They weren't physically owned in somebody else's household. They had their own houses, they had their own children, they had their own families. It's just that they were forced to produce a certain amount of output, if that makes sense. So
But we would say that they were slaves and that was bad.
we would say they were slaves and they're bad, but there's a specific word for it, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
When
okay. So it's wait. So it's the same word in Leviticus or a different word in Leviticus?
It's a different word in Leviticus. In Leviticus, we've
Okay.
got an eved, and now to be fair, eved and amah can refer to people that are doing mas, that are slaves doing forced labor. Again, it's got a wide semantic range, but specifically, if you're described using mas, it means that you're doing forced labor. If you're eved, it could be many different things. An eved amah is just somebody who is in bound service. That being said, we know that they didn't get paid. Shakir in Hebrew is referred to as a paid laborer, which is why we read in the Old Testament, it says, do not withhold the wages of a shakir until the next day, pay them immediately. And that's why we read in Leviticus 25, if your own Hebrew brethren fall into debt, treat them like a shakir, like a hired laborer. Don't treat them like an eved or an amah. So it says in Leviticus 25:44, I hope you're listening, Zach. As for your male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. The word bondservant doesn't exist in Hebrew, Zach. You're quoting what is most likely the King James Version. And if you just look up bondservant in Middle English, it means either a slave or a servant, just like the Hebrew. So using the word bondservant doesn't get you out of anything.
And I'm curious. So if your quote unquote bondservant, if your slave had children, would they be your slave?
100%. Yeah, that's pretty clear in Exodus 21. Now, even in the passage we read, it says you may acquire the children of the foreigners living among you. It's just a lot of translations bring that out to be like offspring, or they generalize it. But the actual text says children. You can buy the children.
And
in
children
Exodus,
certainly can't consent to sell themselves.
no, they can't. And in Exodus, it says when a man sells his daughter, Let's see if Zach knows about this one. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. And if a slave is born while in slavery, even to a Hebrew, they don't get to go free. Says if a master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and the children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone because they're permanent property of the slave owner. Zach, have you read any of these passages before? Because you were talking really confidently about your Bible knowledge. He's probably still yapping. He probably doesn't even know he's muted. Zach? Zach? You drop your phone, bro?
Did you? I think you had me muted there.
Yeah. Yeah, did you hear anything I read?
Yeah, I did hear what you read.
Did you hear the part where it says that you can sell your daughter as a slave and that you can treat your slaves as slaves into perpetual slavery?
So I think fundamentally that old portion doesn't apply in modern Christianity.
Why wouldn't it?
That Old Testament, but that I don't think that's something we're going to agree on.
Did
That's
Jesus
not.
say that, or did you invent that?
I think that is, as time goes on, that there are aspects of Christianity that have been dropped for good reason.
Yeah, but did Jesus say that? What did Jesus say?
I know you're bringing up, Jesus said that no part of the law will be dropped until heaven and earth pass away. But
Well,
I
have
still
heaven and earth
think
passed away?
I think the fulfillment of the law.
So have heaven and earth passed away?
Well, it depends. We could get
Have
really
heaven and earth passed
metaphysical with
away,
this.
Zach?
We could get really metaphysical if you want.
Yeah,
with this.
I'd become a liar real fast
Please
too and
don't.
say that words don't mean words.
But
Please don't become
that's-
really metaphysical. Ian's not here.
That is not
There's
my.
no way this guy knows what metaphysical even means.
Actually, I have read Aristotle, so thank you. But what do you say about the prime mover argument?
I'm going to say you're not going to pivot yet until you finish this first discussion.
Well, I started off this entire conversation by saying I'm an agnostic theist, so I have sympathy for.
Why are you arguing for the Bible then?
Because I think that Christ was a good human being, and I think
Why?
that his message has led to people like Mother Teresa, and like I
So
brought
what?
up at the beginning, I said you have Planck, Kepler, Galileo, Newton, Leibniz.
No one
you have all
cares. That
these
was a bad
giants.
talking point the first time. You don't have to repeat it a second time.
So
Yeah,
Zach,
but you have-
keep in mind, it's possible that for the time that in which Jesus lived, he may have been considered very progressive and a very good person. But the world that we live in has changed since then, and so while Jesus may have been fine with slavery, nobody should be today. And so, like, we don't have to judge Jesus based on today's standards, but we don't have to live by the standards that Jesus thought were good either.
I think the standards of loving your neighbor and showing compassion are good standards. That's all I'll say there.
Some of these things are still good. I agree that like we should treat people with compassion and empathy. I agree that some of these things are still good. Some of the things that he was okay with are not good, like slaves obeying their masters. Those are Jesus's words, right? There's like he was a man of his time. He may have been very progressive. He may have been like a rebel. He may have been like an anarchist. Some people would say. Fine, but why should we live by the tenets of somebody from 2,000 years ago when we can just look at the things that we think were good and keep those and disregard the things that we think are bad? And then we just say, look, there were some things that he said were good, some things that he said were bad. It just seems so much easier to do that rather than like relying on this 2,000-year-old doctrine and saying all the things he did were good.
Well, and I never said that I wanted to rely on the 2,000-year-old doctrine. We can get back to the actual more important points of the argument for theism. What do you think about the prime mover argument?
I think it's dog shit, and I think that Aquinas should be embarrassed of himself.
I was talking about Aristotle's argument.
I mean, it's dog
Yeah,
shit no
so
matter
that
who
is-
gives it.
So which version? So Aquinas gives the version of the he talks about hierarchical chain or hierarchical chains of causation, or sorry, hierarchical chains of causation, just accounting for change. So Aristotle's version is just that all things are things that are actual, things that aren't are potential, and then you need potential to give rise to actual, and in order to have something that causes potential to go to actual, you need something that is pure act. Is that roughly the argument? Something like that?
Yeah, that is more or less the argument. But I guess the way that I see it is if you look at any scientific laws of nature, every action has an initial cause. And so I think that leaves you with either the possibility that the universe is in a continuous loop,
Yep.
or there was a definite beginning and definite end. And that's kind of
Could you not have an infinite past as well?
Yeah.
what's the third option?
An
Let's just
infinite
set it.
past.
I'm sorry, you cut out for a second there.
An infinite past.
An infinite past.
Mm-hmm.
Would that
Eternal
I don't
past, if you will.
I guess I don't see how that's different from it being in an infinite loop.
Well, one's
Oh, I
repetitive,
mean,
one's
like-
not.
Yeah, that's the only difference. I mean, like, you've taken topology, right? So have you taken topology?
I've taken an intro class.
Okay, so the real line has a different topology from the circle. That's the distinction that's being made.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I mean, like they're similar in spirit insofar as there's no one original cause.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, like so there are ways the universe is, even if we grant that every event needs a cause, which, arguable, but even if we grant that, then it just seems like you can have an infinite chain of these things and there's no issue there, whether it's cyclic or not.
Yeah.
Anything else that you want to talk about?
No, that's pretty much it. I do appreciate your guys' time, and
Well, thanks for coming up, Zach.
yeah, no
Fair
problem.
Thanks for being here, bud.
Cheers.
Yep.
I
All right,
will
so I
never
have to-
understand people who claim
So
the
I actually know
Bible
him.
says things it doesn't say.
I actually know him. He's wanting to be a STEM creator, math creator, and he's seems like a chill dude. I've been talking with him on Discord. But I told him, I asked him because I recognized his name. I'm like, wait a minute, is this you? And he said, yeah. And I'm like, this wasn't a good idea because I'm not going to tell Justin to be nice to you.
No.
Like,
Listen, if you
He
come up
doesn't
and
get special
saying,
treatment just because we know each other on Discord.
if you come up and say that the Bible doesn't say the thing it clearly says and you lie to my face, I'm going to call you out on it every time. Now, you could disagree on the minutia. There's some passages you can disagree on the minutia. Like, what kind of slaves are we talking about? Was it forced labor? Was it owned as property? We can have that discussion. But to outright just say that the Bible doesn't allow for slavery and that it was what was he trying to say? He was trying to say at first it was indentured servitude. Well, it's just a lie. Everyone knows that. You only have to be in the atheist community for more than 10 minutes before you find that out. Miko, actually, I think Matt really made himself famous on the slavery argument. I think everybody's first
Oh, yeah,
introduction
absolutely.
to the Bible endorses slavery was either one, you were a real Christian and you read the book, or number two, you knew Matt Dillahunty.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah. All right, we have 20 British pounds from Miko, saying, Justin, heard of the Glasgow Bible? Read this in a Scottish accent, Genesis 1. Oh, I'm not doing this. This would be... No, I can't do it. It'd be so funny. I can hear it. It's so funny. We'll just leave it up for a little bit so people can enjoy it.
Listen,
We have... Wait, go ahead.
If you type it phonetically, I can read it, but I don't know how to do accents, friends. I'm not creative. I don't have that.
Well, Miko did. It was a long time ago, right enough, thousands and thousands of years since. There was nothing where the earth is in the know. Absolutely nothing at all, but it's terrible. Like, that's a terrible accent.
It's still better than mine. It's still better than mine. I couldn't do that. Thank you for that. Thank you so much,
There's the
Miko.
theater
Good to
kid
see
in
you,
me coming
friend.
out.
And C-Bar, thank you for the $2.99 super chat. I appreciate that, friend. And Adele, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. And great to see you this morning. Welcome to Atheist Sunday School. Adele says, I literally want to vomit when Christians compare military to slavery. This is so messed up. And you know what? We didn't get around to it, but this is a good point, Adele. Usually what I'll say is like, okay, so then what was the difference between the African American slave trade and being in the military? What's the difference? And then they see the problem real quick because they're like, oh, fuck, they can't be the same thing. But yeah, you're right. When they compare slavery to other things that are clearly not slavery, how embarrassing. Oh, guess who we have, friends?
Big Bird.
Ian, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going? Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can't say that. That's trademarked.
Fuck. No, sure.
Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, good to see you. Sorry. I'm late, not because I don't respect you, but because I don't respect myself.
It's okay. We love you no matter what time you get here.
Okay, good.
But just because you're late, Mom now has entered the chat and she's got something to say about it. Welcome in, Mom.
Yeah.
Mom, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I am. And I do believe there's a God. Not particularly any major religion. I just think there's a mind behind the creation.
Can you provide an argument for that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand I've seen Dr. Blitz a lot. I see a lot of his arguments and debates. Hi, yeah. And he states, I don't know if that's why he states that the universe might be infinite itself. I just feel like there has to be something outside the physical with an intelligent mind to create, that is not bound by the laws of physics.
Why?
I just don't know how the universe could even create itself. I just want to understand that argument better.
I mean, look, like when I say that the universe might be infinite, there's kind of two respects in which I mean it. One, it could be infinitely large, right? And that has nothing to do with creation. That's neither here nor there. The second thing is it could be infinitely old, meaning that it doesn't actually have an age, that it's always existed. And if that's the case, it didn't create itself. It's just always been. In which case, it seems like the question of needing the universe to create itself, it seems like that's just a category error.
Okay, I understand now. But I feel like nothing can truly be infinite physically, right? Am I
Why
wrong
not?
saying that?
I think so, yeah.
I thought when I saw like infinity as a concept, I thought like mathematically it is a real term, but physically nothing can truly be infinite. Maybe I'm wrong there.
Look, so there's kind of two distinctions to be made in physics when we're talking about infinities. So there are infinities that are measurable, or that would in principle be measurable. So, for example, you can't have an object, like a single fixed-sized object, with infinite charge, because that would mean that if you put a charge meter up to your object, that it would read infinity, and that has problems. However, there are ways that you can have infinities that are physical that are not measurable per se. For example, if the universe was infinitely large, there's no like meter that you could put up to the universe and it would like read out the size, right?
Oh yeah. I mean more like on the old.
So there's no issue. There's no issue with the universe being actually infinitely large, and similarly, I don't see an issue with the universe being actually infinite in temporal extent either.
Okay, so you don't think there has to be something before that's outside the physical for this whole creation to come about?
If I did, I would be a theist.
No, yeah, I mean that's why I think
maybe.
God is real. I feel like.
But I just don't know why you would think that. Why you would think that there has to be something outside of it.
I think maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but logically I feel like if there has to be something outside for everything to just come about,
Why?
I don't know how to like. It's not really like logically when I think about. I feel like everything needs to have a beginning, and again we go like.
No, you don't. You don't think God is the beginning?
No, exactly. Something has to be outside the physical, the laws of physics. I feel ultimately something does have to be outside.
So
Why?
if the reason why you think the universe needs a beginning is because everything needs a beginning, then you can't turn around and say, well, God doesn't need a beginning because, as you said earlier, everything needs a beginning. That's kind of the problem, right? Like, why would we add an additional thing? Like, how about we just like cut out the middleman? You know, you believe in an infinite God that created a finite universe. Why not just believe in a or in an infinite universe?
Yeah, probably because of the mind behind it. I feel like there had to be a mind behind the creation.
Why?
Um, that's a good question. I mean, I don't really know. I just feel like for the universe to always be infinite, I just can't wrap my head around the idea. How would it even exist before the Big Bang is just a rapid expansion, right? It's not even the creation. There was like a single point where it was all like I don't know. I just feel like before even that, there had to be something outside the laws of physics. I don't think that's a contradiction saying like there has to be something that is not bound, right? Supernatural that had to create what we live in now. Maybe I don't have an argument.
But it's
on
just
the-
unsupported. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not that it's a contradiction. It's just that it's unsupported. There's no reason for that claim to be warranted.
Yeah, but I mean,
Like,
is there a reason to believe?
I could
the
just say
universe-
that there's a supernatural force that caused everything to come into creation, and it has a lot less entailments. We don't know what it is yet. We just know that it's metaphysically necessary. And that's way easier than trying to explain a God, because once you
Okay.
introduce a God into the equation, you have to figure out, like, what are its motives? Why did it create anything? Was it lonely? What kind of properties does it have? Is it all knowing? Is it all good? Because, like, when we look around us, we see mostly carnage and death and destruction, which isn't consistent with a God that's good or actually wants good things for its creation. So, like, I feel like if we're just saying, listen, there needs to be a cause, like an initial cause, which I don't think there needs to be, but if that's where we're at, I don't see why we would jump to a God as opposed to just some sort of naturalistic cause that we don't know yet. Because we don't know
No,
a
yeah,
God
yeah.
is at all.
Yeah, that's why I don't align myself with a major religion because again, like the all lovingness, I don't think any God that's picture right. But again, I just feel like, for example, is there a way? Like, do you think it's more supported that the universe is infinite than there is a God, or are they both just as unlikely?
Well, I think the God hypothesis is less likely, but if I was going to put my money on one of the God hypotheses, I would go with polytheism. I think polytheism has a lot more explanatory power than the monotheistic concept.
I would go with infinite chain of simulator hypothesis.
And what would be that one? The second one?
Oh, where we have a quote unquote God, but it's actually just a dude named Gary in his garage who's simulating our universe, and he lives in a universe that is being simulated by a dude named Larry in his garage, and he lives in a universe that is being simulated by a dude named Harry who lives in his garage, and so on.
But I saw your video that you said that it's probably very unlikely we're on a simulation, like extremely.
Yeah,
unlikely.
yeah. That just seems more likely than a God existing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. Sorry about that. That was just my only argument.
Okay.
Well,
Thanks for being here, Mom.
it was good talking to you.
Yeah. You too, guys. Bye.
Cheers. Well, Mom was nice.
There are a lot of names that rhyme with Gary. I've never had to go that far before.
Gary, Harry, Mary. There's got to be
Larry.
others. Larry, obviously Larry. Yeah, right.
Jerry, Barry.
Yes.
Like, there's a lot of names that rhyme with Larry.
Let's grab some super chats. We'll go to next guest in here. Thank you, Miko, for the follow up. Miko says, hey, Blitz. Perfect. I think Miko liked your accent.
I guess. I don't know why.
He's part Scottish now. Bartholomew, thank you for the 2-hour Canadian chat, my friend. Says, welcome to the stream, Ian. You missed a lot. Yeah, Ian, we had a guy come in and really wanted to do slavery isn't slavery on the Bible, even though I'm not a real Christian. And he got my early morning cranky response, and it didn't go well for him. The Atheist Mechanic, hey, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for the 2-hour super chat. Says, does it irk anyone else when theists start out with, well, logically... Stop saying that. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. They think it's logical. The problem is when you apply logic to it, it kind of falls apart really, really quick. In fact, when Ian's here, it falls apart even faster. The master of the logic.
I just don't know what it means to say, like, it's logical. Logical is, like, the way that you describe arguments. That's not really the way you describe, like, conclusions. So if you aren't presenting an argument, like kind of by definition, it can't be logical.
I agree. We have a couple people, quite a few people waiting to get on TikTok, but we've also got a guest that's been waiting to get in on the YouTube queue. So I'm going to pull in a. I don't even know if I can say this on stream. Phonetically spelled alcoholic. At least you get an A+ for creativity. How you doing, alcoholic?
Hello, hi.
Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
One, I believe at this point, yes. I wouldn't say, I don't know. I have heard a lot of arguments on both sides. And I'm curious to find out your position, guys, because I mean, this is pretty much the first time I'm seeing you, and I'm just curious. You are claiming that God isn't real, right?
Mhm.
Like, can I ask
Yeah,
you,
we don't.
can I,
We don't believe in any gods. No.
okay, can you give me an argument for that? Like,
Sure, I can give you an argument for that.
sure. Yeah.
You would agree that a cause comes before its effect or is simultaneous to its effect, right?
Sure, I can agree to that.
Yeah, and you would agree that if God exists, then he would have to exist outside of time, right?
Okay, let's say that, sure.
Sure. So if God's outside of time, then he's not before or simultaneous to anything. So God can't be the cause of anything because a cause is before or simultaneous to its effect, but God is not before or simultaneous to anything. He doesn't stand in the right temporal relations to be the cause of anything, which means there can't be a mind that created the universe. In fact, you could probably argue that there can't be anything that created the universe.
Okay, why does God have to fit in that?
Sure, because if God were in time, then that would place him in the universe. Time follows laws of physics.
No, what I mean is like, why couldn't God create it and be? I mean, I don't know if the cause necessarily is the correct way of saying it, where it's like, first he came and then he created the universe.
Creation is a causal relation, right? It's like you cause something to come into
Well, how do you know that?
existence. That's what it means to create something.
Okay, sure. Okay, then, can I want to ask, because I've heard these arguments, I'm just curious what you guys think about them. What about the transcendental argument?
I think it's one of the worst.
It's
Maybe,
literally dog
Why?
shit.
maybe it works against like white belt atheists. Like maybe it works against atheists who aren't even in the dojo. But there's just like the entire crux of the argument is just like burden shifting, right? Like let's say that an atheist can't tell you how they ground logic. Why does that mean that no atheist could ever tell you the grounding of logic or morals or any of that? Right? Like just because your opponent is unprepared doesn't mean that there's no response to it.
I mean, no, you just said by definition they can't ground logic in anything, so how can they use logic to justify anything that they know?
Why? So, do you need to be able to justify like all of the underlying mathematical theory to know that 2 + 2 is 4?
If you want to prove that that's actually true, objectively, and it is a truth of that exists, let's say, in the universe, then yeah, you would have to do that.
And sorry, so would you be able to do that? Would you be able to like demonstrate, like prove that 2 + 2 is 4? Could you do that?
Me, maybe not. I don't
Oh,
know.
and do you know that 2 + 2 is 4?
I would say that I do, yes.
Yeah, so you don't need to be able to ground something to be able to work with it in the first place. But additionally, there are groundings for
Yeah.
logic, right?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
inclined to
not the
believe
question.
that logic is grounded in difference itself, that the fact that some things are not other things necessitates all the 3 classical laws of logic.
Yeah, but Ian, how do you know that things are different from other things?
Yeah, because
Well, yeah.
if to ask how I know it would create like a dichotomy between knowing and not knowing, which means that there would be a difference between knowing and not knowing, which then the 3 classical laws of logic follow just from that.
And I think the question is more about, yeah, we can agree that we know things. The question is, how can you go ahead and justify all that knowledge that you have, whereas someone who's a theist with a transcendental argument can actually justify it by some sort of coherent structure of their worldview. And you can't. And so, if let me just finish. When it comes to something like morality, especially, like, can I just ask, are you guys like relativist, or what's your?
I'm a moral realist.
What does that mean?
I think morals are objective. I also think that like theist morality is a non-starter. It's like definitely subjective. What reason do I have to listen to God? Let's say God exists. There's a mind that created the universe. What reason would I have to listen to him? Why would listening to him be good?
Well, I would say by definition, because God is what is good, and God is like the one who created the universe. But I want to.
In order for that to
just-
be true, I would need a reason to listen to him. So what reason would I have to listen to him? You
Okay,
you
but then I
affirming that
can
he's
ask-
good doesn't give me a
let me
reason
just-
to listen to him. So what
I
reason would I have
understand.
to listen to him? The alternative is that it's subjective, that you just have to subjectively decide to listen to God. In that case, theist morality is subjective, whereas atheist morality is the only one that could possibly be objective, which means that if you agree morals are objective, you would also agree that God doesn't exist.
Okay, fine. Let's just. I'm not like specifically here to defend God or anything, but you just mentioned that you believe morality is objective.
Yeah.
How? And
Yeah,
how do
I'll give you
explain
like
it?
a pretty basic argument. It's a bit deeper than this, but this is like a good one to not detain us for the next like 40 minutes. So I'm an agent. What that means is that I pursue goals. I have these goals that I'm trying to achieve, but in order to achieve any of them, I need my freedom and well-being. It's a necessary means to any end I could possibly have. But if something is a means to my end, then I have a reason to have it. And if I have a reason to have it, then by definition, I ought have it. If I ought have my freedom and well-being, others ought not interfere with it. And if others ought not interfere with it, then I'm claiming a right to freedom and well-being just on the basis of me being an agent. So if my agency is sufficient for me to have that right, then every agent must also equally have that right. Thus, all agents have a right to freedom and well-being.
Okay, but I guess is this your argument? Is there a name for it that I can search
Yeah,
for it?
it's the guy's name is Alan Goworth.
Alan Gorth.
Yeah, Gewirth.
GAWRTH. Okay.
The Wikipedia
just-
page and the Internet Encyclopedia page are great resources for like an introduction, and then there are some good books about him.
Okay, sure. I'd like to know, but okay, then I guess the basic question you said your claim is like you're an agent, and therefore, how do you know you're an agent? How do you justify that?
Because
an
if
agent
I
can
were to
exist in
deny
your
it,
universe?
if I were to deny being an agent, I would need to use my agency in order to deny being an agent. So, therefore, being an agent is a transcendental precondition in order to affirm anything.
Okay, why? Okay, you just said that it's a transcendental thing,
Yep.
but you're an atheist.
Yeah. Transcendental
So,
things exist under atheism as well.
Okay, you believe in transcendental things.
Yeah,
okay,
of course.
How do you? Because there's multiple of them, right? That's the basic of the transcendental argument. How do you justify those things without
Which
something
one?
like all the transcendental things
Name
together?
one.
Time, space, the
Yeah,
causal
sure.
relationships you mentioned, logic, math. All
Yeah,
those
let's
things.
go through them one at a
Agency.
time. Instead of doing like a Gish Gallop, let's just pick one and stick with it. Which one do you want justified? And then after you've conceded that atheism can indeed ground it, we can go into the next one.
This is the problem: is you can't just justify one. They're all working together in a kind of.
I
like
can give you
can't
the
separate
justifications.
the
I can
set
give you
itself.
transcendental arguments for all of them.
No, what I mean is like the way I understand it is you have the self and the future and the past and our understanding of that, and then the time, space, all that, the causal relationships, all those things go together.
You're still
You
doing
can't
the
just
Gish Gallop,
isolate one.
right? Maybe
I'm
you
not-
didn't hear
no,
me,
no.
and maybe
I
like God
understand
just
why
didn't
you-
make your
no.
ears properly so that you can't hear. But what I asked you for was just one.
I didn't
So
say I
give me
didn't
one,
hear.
and then we'll justify it. And then if you want the others justified, we can move on to that one. So after you concede that we can justify it, instead of doing like a Gish Gallop where you list out 20 categories because you're not actually
not-
interested in getting any of them justified, you can list out one category, we can justify it. And after you've conceded that it's been justified, we can move on to the next one.
Listen, you're attacking me for no reason. First of all,
Because you're Gish Galloping, right? Like you just listed out
Can
like
you-
20
can you just-
categories, then I asked
I'll
you,
explain
don't
to
list
you
out
why
20
not.
categories, just list out one category, and then you listed out another 20 categories. Let's go one category at a time.
okay, you asked me to mention some of them, and I did, and then you said let's go one by one.
Yeah, let's go
I'm
one by
telling
one.
you
Which one
why
do you want justified?
Let me just explain very quickly. I'm not.
I'm familiar with the
Gish Gallop.
transcendental argument. Give me a category. This is the third time you've dodged.
I'm not dodging. Listen,
You are
I just- I-
dodging.
I
That's
want you
dodge
to-
number 4. Give me a category.
Can I explain to you why I can't just give one category?
I'm familiar with the transcendental argument. What you
That's-
said
that's
is
not answering the
nonsense. You can establish the existence of these categories via transcendental arguments that make no reference to God. For example, if time didn't
didn't say
exist,
anything
then
about
any
that.
argument against time also likewise couldn't exist. So you could never be justified in believing an argument against time's existence. Therefore, you're justified in believing in time's existence. There you go, time's justified. Which category do you want next?
What I mean to say is like they're not separate from each other. They kind of all are working together. So it's
In
not
terms
about
of
just finding
justification
specific
or in
one.
terms of ontology?
In terms of ontology, yeah.
Oh,
And
you
therefore
believe in
justification
circular
doesn't work.
ontology?
Um,
Wait, so you think one thing has being because of itself? You think things just be because of themselves?
no, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. That's what ontology is. Ontology is the study of being.
Yeah,
So
I
if you
know
think
that.
something has a circular ontology, then you're saying it has being because of itself.
I didn't say things have circular
You
ontology. I
said
wasn't.
circular ontology. Everyone heard it. Drop a one in chat if you heard this guy say circular ontology
You
just
said
a
circular
second ago.
ontology. Don't put words
Right?
in my mouth. You
Yeah, I
said
asked,
that, and I
are
didn't
you
agree
talking
to that.
about circular ontology or circular justification? And you said circular ontology. Everybody heard
No,
it.
you asked me about ontology. I said yes, ontology, but then you
I
said
asked
circular
you if you
ontology.
meant circular justification or circular ontology, and you said ontology.
There wasn't circular in the
And
first part.
right, and this is really expected if atheism is true, right? Like otherwise, wouldn't you expect your ears to actually function? Because like, and maybe I've just like slammed you so hard that you're concussed, but it seems like you just can't keep up, right? Like you
Yeah, let
can't
me just
hear,
explain
you
something.
can't listen, you can't think, you can't reason. I'm just like not really sure what's going on here. But if God created you with your mind and your ears, we would expect these things to function. So the fact that they don't is really good evidence against God's existence.
Sure, I don't know if you were here in the first part of the conversation when I joined. I didn't say I believe in God. I didn't say that I'm here to defend this position. I'm just here to like see what your guys' positions are. You just started attacking me for no reason when I'm
Yeah, because
genuinely
you're gish
asking questions.
galloping, of course, right? If you're going to be a bad
I
faith
wasn't.
interlocutor, then I'm going to be a bad faith interlocutor. Gish
Okay, you're
galloping is bad
misinterpreting.
faith. Listing out 20 categories that you want justification for is bad faith.
Okay, can I explain to you what happened from my
I
perspective?
was
You
there
asked
for
me.
the conversation of what happened, but go for
Well,
it.
it seems to me that you're misinterpreting because what happened is you asked me about those transcendental categories to list some of them, and I did. And then you said like, let's pick out one and then go one by one. But I didn't. I don't think that you can just pick one because, in my view, the way it seems is like all these transcendental categories work together, and you would have to justify the fact that they all are coherent and work together, and not like go one by one.
Yeah,
That
you're
was
saying
my
that they
kind
have
of
a
objection.
dependence relation. So you're saying that there's like a
No.
circular. Are you familiar with the fact that coherence means circular? Like a coherentist about epistemology
Yeah, yeah.
believes in circular epistemology.
Ultimately, yes. On the ground basis, it would have to be circular.
Oh,
yes.
wait, so can atheism just be true because it's true? If you're fine with circular arguments?
No, because that's not a transcendent. That's not a transcendent. What would you say? Like argument. That's just a nominal, like surface level thing.
So atheism is true then because of the impossibility of the contrary. How about that?
Okay, well that would be the argument from the transcendental as well, from the theist.
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
is
So
that?
atheism is true. Well, my argument falsifies your worldview because of the impossibility of the contrary. If you're
Okay.
fine with like circular arguments.
Yeah, that would be the same kind of argument from the worldview, from let's say a theist perspective. Why doesn't
Okay.
that one work and your works?
Yeah, the reason why it works is because there's a logical contradiction in God's property set.
In God's property set? Sorry,
Yeah, there's a logical contradiction. Yeah, correct.
Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, the argument I explained earlier that all causes either need to be before or simultaneous to their effects.
So what is your understanding? I just want to, like, you're saying the coherentism doesn't work. I understand. Is that what you said?
Well, just that you can
Just
run an
because
equal
of-
argument for atheism, then just produce a contradiction in God's existence. Also,
Okay,
I
then
do
what's
think
your positive-
coherentism doesn't work. I do think coherentism is nonsense.
Okay. What is your positive like position?
I'm a foundationalist.
Okay. And why does that work?
I can give you so foundationalism works insofar as there's going to be a regress in order to have justification, in order to avoid one, infinite regress, and two, circularity. Both of these things are epistemic non-starters.
And how does like why foundationalism, as I understand, and I'm maybe ignorant, you have a foundational belief, like an axiom, right, that you start from to justify everything else, correct?
You have an unjustified justifier, something that is not a belief that provides justifications for beliefs. So, for example, in phenomenal conservatism, you have like appearances, like the way that things appear as being and the way that a thing appears to you. Like there appears to be a table in front of me, and that's not a belief. It's like a phenomenal like appearance, but it provides justification for the belief that there is a table in front of me. The appearance of the table gives justification for the belief that there's a table, but the appearance that there's a table is not a belief, so it doesn't need justification. It's an unjustified
Well,
justifier.
Why don't you have to justify that you see a table?
Because I see a table as a proposition. Just the seeing itself, the phenomenal seeing of the table is not a belief. Like
Okay, well,
just
you have
like the
to.
color blue. If you were to see the color blue, that's not a belief. This is blue. That's a belief. But just like the experience itself of seeing is not a belief. It helps
Okay, but
form beliefs, but it's not
you,
itself a belief.
okay, then you would have to justify how you can even have experiences and
Because
trust
I'm
them.
having that's just a thing that we have direct or access to. If I wasn't having
Yeah, but you're just saying
experiences, then I couldn't experience the lack of having experiences, or I couldn't affirm the lack of having experiences, because to affirm something is itself an experience. Therefore, it's a transcendental precondition to affirmations.
But how do you trust your experiences?
Because the rejection of that leads to skepticism of the external world, which leads to skepticism about time, which leads to skepticism about arguments, which means any argument
Sure.
that would seek to establish that I can't trust my experiences is self-defeating.
Okay, then why, if that's the consequences, like why isn't that a good path to lead down on? And then coherentism can work, because even though you can be skeptical about any specific claim, if everything is logically consistent in your worldview, then it's fine.
Sorry, what?
You said
No,
that.
I gave you the argument for
yeah.
foundationalism.
I understand. I
The
understand.
argument that I gave doesn't invoke coherentism.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is, in your foundationalism, like you're saying, there's a unjustified, not belief, but you said something like experience, right? But I can question that. You're just saying that if you do question that, then it leads to like this path of skepticism and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay, then like why is that not a good path to go down on? And
Oh, it's a self-defeating path. You would never be justified in believing that.
okay, but then
Skepticism
okay,
is self-defeating. If you can't have justification, then you can't have justification for the belief. Like, I would never have a reason to believe skepticism about reasons.
but you don't have to justify the fact that you know you can have experiences and trust them. Like you said, the justification is that the opposite would lead to absurdity, something like that, right?
It leads to global skepticism, which is self-defeating.
Necessarily? Okay.
Yeah, because it's skepticism about arguments. I would have no reason to think that an argument was even given, which means that I could never accept an argument that seeks to establish external world skepticism.
What about an argument like if I said, let's say, yeah, it leads to skepticism and we should go down that road, but there is an answer to all the skepticism, which is like a coherent worldview from a theist perspective, let's say.
Should implies reasons, but reasons don't exist on the skeptic worldview because they're skeptical about reasons. Should means that you have a reason
Yeah,
to
but-
do something, and there's no should on the skeptic worldview. So you shouldn't accept that belief because should doesn't exist.
I wouldn't say it was a skeptic worldview. It's like through skepticism, you know, it gets down to that worldview. But okay, it's fine. Okay, then can you again quickly, just as the last point, and I'll go after that. You said morality is objective. Was that you?
Yeah.
Can you quickly again explain how, like, you're an atheist, but you believe in transcendental categories, right?
Yeah, of course.
And so morality is objective in your worldview. And what is like? How do you justify your morality? And
Yeah, I justified it again, or I justified it once, I'll justify it again. I'm an agent. What that means is that I take actions to achieve specific goals. I direct my actions, but in order to do that, in order to achieve any goal, I'm going to need my freedom and well-being. It's a necessary condition to achieving any goal. The necessary conditions to achieving your goals are things that you have reasons to do. The reason, namely, is that it helps you achieve your goal. But if you have a reason to do it, by definition, you ought do it. And if you ought have your freedom and well-being, then others ought not interfere with your freedom and well-being. If others ought not interfere with it, then you have a right to it just on the basis of your agency. So if agency in and of itself is sufficient for you to have that right to freedom and well-being, then that means that all agents have that right to freedom and well-being.
okay, that's interesting. So you're a foundationalist. Your being an agent, is that a foundational belief? Do you have?
It's a
one?
transcendental belief, right? Like I couldn't deny being an agent because I would need to use my agency to deny being an agent.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
but
how
do
do
you
you know that you know anything?
Yeah, I'm asking, like, is your do you have one foundation that you build off of, or all these, or are these multiple foundations that you have from which you build? Like you're saying, if you deny being an agent, then you can't proceed with all of that. It's like, is that the same for everything else? or
Yeah,
do
I
have
think that
one?
you can have multiple transcendental foundations, but one of the transcendental foundations is like the appearance of things. But yeah, in this case, the foundation would just be like it's self-defeating to use your agency to deny being an agent.
Okay, that's interesting. All right. By the way, you were the guy that was in Jubilee with Jordan Peterson. Is that
I
you?
was, yeah.
Yeah, that was you. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, do you
I know
feel
you.
bad about destroying his will to live, considering the condition
Yeah.
he's in?
Yo, he's been in the hospital. Holy shit. You know, he's been under spiritual attack, and I'd say, you know, given what Danny did to him, my spirit would probably be crushed too. Bro, if I got like absolutely slammed in front of like 20 million people, man, I'd be in the hospital for months too.
Okay, well, it's nice talking to you guys. Thank you
Yep.
for having me.
Good to-
I'll go.
Thanks for
good to
being
hear
here.
from
Thank you. Have a good day.
Maybe I was too mean to that guy.
No, he was doing exactly what he was accused of. It's weird when they come in and they say they want to give an argument for God, but then they retreat to, well, I'm not arguing for God. I just want your opinion on this argument for God. But let's grab some super chats. We'll get to our next guest. Edward, thank you for the super chat. Says, please read a passage from the Logcat Bible. This is news to me. I didn't know there was even a Logcat Bible, but I feel like it just became my favorite Bible right now. I will for sure be looking up the Logcat Bible, Edward. I appreciate the heads up on that. And when I do, we'll have it on stream. Jeffrey, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, Ian says a cause can be simultaneous to its effect. Can you give an example? My little brain.
Yeah, yep. And this is something I'm on the fence about. I need to, after I'm done reading about morality, I'm either going to go on a rhetoric arc or I'm going to go on like a causation arc, or maybe I'll go on an epistemology arc. But this is like, I probably, this takes like a bit to explain, but I probably hold the belief that all causes are simultaneous to their effects. Maybe the way to think about it is like this. So let's say that you're shooting a pool ball into another pool ball. The causal event that we're going to look at for this example is just one pool ball hitting another pool ball. Now, the reason why the cause is going to be simultaneous to its effect is that it's not a cause until it actually causes the effect. So let's say you fire the one ball into the other ball, but then at the last moment you put your hand down. Well, that actually didn't cause the effect of sending the other pool ball flying, you know? It didn't cause that. What it caused at that moment of impact was the impact. So in that sense, we might say that all causes are simultaneous because you could remove it prior to the effect and then the effect simply wouldn't happen.
Sorry, what caused the impact?
The ball moving, like it connecting with it at that specific momentum.
That is the impact. You're saying that the impact caused the impact.
I guess the impact was caused by the. Ooh, that's interesting.
There are no causes and effects. These are not things.
Okay,
Get rid of your
let's-
dumb Aristotelian philosophy from 2,000 years ago.
Let's imagine this. So let's say that the ball, like one single molecule touches the other ball and then it like vanishes from existence. Would it still
Yep.
like cause anything?
I mean, the one molecule touching the other molecule? Or
Okay, sure.
would
So
what cause
yeah,
anything?
These are the nuances of cause and effect that I haven't untangled.
And that's
you know,
why
I
you
got
should get rid
fucking
of it. Just get rid
I
of
got
it.
obliterated instantly, right? This is what happens when you don't go on your causation arc. You get fucking folded by Dr. Blitz in front of all of your fans. This was devastating.
Look, the secret arc that you
Ian will
need to
never
go
debate
on.
again.
Here's the arc that you need to go on. You need to go on a rhetoric arc to defend the lack of cause and effect, because I haven't figured out how to do it rhetorically effectively yet. And if anybody can, it's you.
I think a less controversial, like a Kantian example of simultaneous cause, is just when you have like, let's say you have like a ball, like a bowling ball on a pillow. The bowling ball is denting the pillow. It's like causing it to like invert. And you might want to say that it causing this to happen is simultaneous.
That's a hierarchical cause.
Oh, it's a what? It's a hierarchical what? It's what?
hierarchical cause.
It's a what? Oh, so causation does exist. You got fucking folded. You're contradicting yourself. So causation both exists and
Oh,
doesn't exist.
no.
Is that correct, Dr. Blitz? Do I have that?
What's the effect? What's
This
the
is
effect?
recorded. This is recorded.
The
When
denting
did
of
the cause
pillow.
happen? When did the cause happen?
It's simultaneous. It's happening while the effect happens.
So what's the cause?
It's the ball.
The ball isn't a cause; it's a noun, and a cause is an event.
It's gravity. It's gravity. It's the force of the
Gravity.
ball.
Gravity is a verb, not an effect. Not a
All
cause.
words are gonna fall into these categories. You can't do this.
You're right. I can do it.
Some verbs are causes.
Read Wittgenstein.
Some nouns are causes.
No, really, the question boils down to: are causes and effects, are they events, or can they be objects? That's what it boils down to, right?
I think there's some controversy around that.
Well, I mean, because if they're events, then you basically can just say, if you can claim that causes and effects are simultaneous, and causes and effects are both events, then they are just the same thing, and there are no causes and effects. On the other hand, if you have like non-simultaneous cause and effect and describe cause and effects as events, then maybe you can somehow come up with a distinction between the two. But if you just say that causes and effects can be objects, I don't know what that means.
I probably am inclined to agree. I'm not sure what it means. Like the idea of like atemporal causation sounds like gibberish to me.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I would, because I think you could probably make sense in some sense. You might be able to make sense of like causation if causes are events. I'm not sure how to make sense of causation otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, because you could say that like, so typically you might say that causes are ways that things are, or ways that the state of affairs are, such that they necessarily or at least sufficiently induce some other state of affairs, right? But then just saying an object isn't a state of affairs. It's not a way things are. So it seems a little confused to say that like a bowling ball is a cause. No, it's like the bowling ball being in a certain place at a certain time might be a cause.
Yeah, sure. And I know, gosh, we need to move on soon after this. But one reason why you might not want to take states of affairs to be equivalent to causes is because of something called the antecedent strengthening argument. That if you're saying like this state of affairs is sufficient for producing like this state of affairs, you need to attribute like causal power to absences. Because if you're you can't make claims like this is like absolutely sufficient to produce like this effect. Because if you added like additional things into the scenario, you might be able to derail the effect, right? Like you can't say like, for example.
Yeah, sure. Well, you could say just some subset is sufficient, right? That all you need is just this, and then you could add extra stuff, but as long as you have this stuff at this time at this place.
But okay, wait, because like imagine that God exists, or I'm sorry, yeah, actually, yeah, this is like an easy way of conceptualizing it. Like imagine God exists, and he like while you fire the one pool ball into the other one, like he wills for both of them to like vanish out of existence.
Yeah. So then, what's the cause there?
Seems like there is none, right? In terms of like one pool ball firing off like another one. You might want to say that there's like probably no cause there. I completely forgot what point I was even trying to make. Let's debate some theists.
Yeah, get humed, theists.
Yeah.
Let's get it done. We're going to grab our super chats real quick. Rock hard for Doug. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the super chat. Ian shows up late, crushes the argument, improves. He actually was on time. I think that's the case. He showed up right on time.
Absolutely.
Bryce Aroni, great to see you as well. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says theists always confuse subjectivism with relativism. The inverse of objective morals is subjective morals, not moral relativity. Subjective means mind dependent. Relative means changes over time. Or you could say changes per population maybe, or changes per person.
Yeah, that's technically true. Although there is like a lot of overlap. I think it would be unclear to me how you could have like objective, like relative ethics.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't see how you can have relative ethics and have objective ethics.
Maybe maybe to like steelman that position, maybe we would say that like people, it's true that people have different moral obligations, right? Like if you're in a wheelchair, you probably don't have a moral obligation to jump in and like save a drowning child. You probably have different moral obligations in a situation like that. But I'm not sure if we'd say that that's
Ableist.
relative.
Right, because it's situational,
What, you're telling me that
not
wheelchair
relative.
users can't swim?
You know, I'm assuming that they can't, but that might not be true.
Ian's being ableist again.
Oh boy, we're in trouble. Dr. David Wasambla, thank you for the super chat. Says the pretzelization causes physical pain. Rock hard for Doug. Yeah, it actually does. It actually does cause some pain to watch the pretzels in real time. Thank you for that. And last one from our friend Fierce Interaction. Great to see you. Fierce Interaction says these guys are great. They should do a show together. Me unironically just now. I would tune in just to watch Ian and the other insiders debate specific topics. I'd be down for that. And
Yeah.
JJ, I lied. This is the last one. JJ, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says I was waiting for the Philbro to special plead and appeal to faith. Darn. Actually, yeah, that is like the end game of a lot of the arguments. When they fail, they just appeal to some sort of nonsense like you have to have faith or incredulity or some other thing like that.
I think you missed a super chat from Fierce Interaction.
This one?
Yeah.
I just read it.
Oh, did you just read that? Okay. My bad.
It's okay. I would tone out when my voice is going too. Don't worry.
It's just
Let me
all right, let's
grab
bring on a guest.
Our next guest. Let me see. I think, and I could be wrong, I think our next guest is going to be Brian. I still, unfortunately, TikTok doesn't put them in the order that they came in, so I'm trying to keep track as best as I can, friends. Brian, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Brian, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yes, I do.
Cool. And is it a specific god or a generic god?
No, God. I believe in God. Jesus Christ, God.
So that would be a specific god then.
Yeah, I guess you could say specific. Yeah.
Okay. So you're a Christian then? Are you Trinitarian as well?
No, no, Roman Catholic.
So you're Trinitarian. That's what Catholics are
Yeah,
Trinitarian.
yeah, I do. I do believe in the Holy Trinity. Yes. Sorry.
Okay, fantastic. What'd be the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, firstly, I just wanted to start off by giving Dr. Blitz a compliment because right off the bat, when Ian made himself look like a fucking dumbass, you went out and bailed him out and really was like, oh, you know, I saw what you're trying to do, like jokingly make arguments and stuff, and he made himself look like a fucking retard. And
Good start, good
so
start.
here's
Say that.
what's going to happen,
Yeah.
Brian. You're leaving now because we don't use slurs and we certainly don't use that one. But you made Jesus proud just now. Just know he's up in
Yeah.
heaven cheering for his boy. You really. In fact, I might go to church today after that performance. I'm
Yeah.
feeling like maybe I should show up. I don't know.
Bro, I'm getting my intelligence demeaned by a guy who thinks he's eating the literal blood and body of Christ when he's eating like fucking wine and crackers.
Premise 1, if God is real, then Christians have good moral character. Premise 2, Christians don't have good moral character. Conclusion, therefore no God exists.
Yeah.
So
this
I actually
is one
have a
thing.
syllogism for this from the Bible, by the way. I've never used it. I can share it with you guys though.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go
go
for
ahead.
it. Oh well, I was thinking about this. I was watching like a video last night from like a Catholic priest about like the deal with like confession, and I feel like this is like there's like insane ethical implications to this. That Roman Catholics are committed to the position that if somebody confesses to doing like horrible crimes or to like planning horrible crimes, that you like strictly cannot, under threat of excommunication, you cannot alert the authorities, you cannot do anything. That's crazy. That's so insane.
Yeah, but you have to respect the confessional.
You have to have faith, Ian.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get Van into the discussion. How you doing, Van?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Van, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Cool. A specific God or
My
a generic God?
I'd say I don't really know. I think Gnosticism makes more sense than the traditional. But anyways, my question is,
I want
how
to
did
make
all
sure I
the
heard you. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say Gnosticism or agnosticism?
Gnosticism.
Okay, gotcha.
So, how did all the energy and matter like come into existence?
How do you know that there even is energy and matter and it's not just the demiurge deceiving you?
It's a good question. I don't know. I'm limited to my senses, you know?
Okay. I think no, this is one thing that I don't understand. I have no idea how Gnostics know anything if you think that there's like an all-powerful deceiver.
I mean, I don't know. I think it explains a lot of the Old Testament, like the foreskin and like the genocide and whatnot, you know?
Hmm. Yeah, I miss my hoodie every day. But Blitz, do you want to talk?
Look.
Do you want to tackle like the energy and matter stuff?
Well, I actually wanted to tackle. Did you just compare circumcision to genocide?
No, I'm just saying like how the Old Testament has some like weird stuff in it, like slavery, all that.
Yeah, weird stuff, including circumcision and genocide. Anyway, sorry. I just think that putting those two things in the same sentence as if they're comparable is very, very weird. Putting that aside, yeah, I mean, like, look, if your question is where did all the matter come from, like maybe that's a good question. It just doesn't seem like you have an answer, because where implies you're expecting some sort of described process, some mechanistic process or something. But like if I can't offer you one, you'll say, aha, but God did it. And then I'll ask, okay, what was the process? And you'll say, I don't know.
So there is no answer?
Well, there's not one that's empirically backed. Like we don't have data that says one way or the other whether it's always been or what the mechanism was. We don't have data on that. But it seems like that nobody knows. It's just theists will pretend saying God did it is an answer.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, for me at least, like for there to be a creation, there has to be a creator, right?
It depends what you mean by like. It depends how specific you are with the word like creation or creator. If you take like a creation to be something that's made by like a mind, then yeah, if it's made by a mind, then there's like a mind that created it. But if you take like creation and creator to mean like a cause and effect, yeah, I would agree that all effects have causes. I'm just not sure why the universe would fall under either of those things.
Why wouldn't it?
Why would it?
Because doesn't everything else have a cause and effect?
You don't think God is a cause?
What does that mean? What?
You're saying everything has a cause. You don't think God is a cause. You think that there's some things that are uncaused. Why not the universe?
Yeah, that's a good point, but I mean, it just doesn't make sense for me for like there just to be like all this energy and matter and then this explosion, right? And then we get this like beautiful earth out of it, you know? Like how does this come from an explosion?
It's not an explosion, first of all. Second of all, laws of physics, right? Like massive releases of energy. Blitz would have way more to say about this, actually. Blitz, do you want to take this one?
I'm just sad.
He needs recovery time.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, like, look, like, there are ways that we can account for, like, mechanisms that we can account for, you know, the Earth forming, for the sun forming, for the galaxy forming, for life forming. We have mechanisms for all of these. They rely on various natural laws. They rely on various, you know, prior states of affairs, like prior conditions. The question that you're asking is, well, how could it be that something so random and, you know, violent as an explosion gave rise to all of this like order and stuff? The point is at least in the current cosmological model, the early state of the universe was not random. It was extraordinarily orderly. The universe has just gotten more disorderly with time. We just happen to be in one of those pockets of more order rather than less.
Okay, I guess that answers my question.
By the way, this is called the there's a name for it. Well, it's part of fine tuning, but it's like the low entropy initial conditions, but there's a more compact name for it. Anyway, this is the thing that's like interesting. Like, why is it that the early universe was so orderly? That's a good question. There are proposed explanations, but this is one of those things that people are still studying.
All right. Well, I guess that's all I really had. Y'all take care.
Okay.
No,
Thanks
you.
for being here,
Hear from
Ben.
you. All right. Well, that was short. Let's grab a couple super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. I am the Big Cheese. Great to see you. Says Paul and Simon Magnus are the same person. I don't even know who either of them are.
Me
You
neither.
guys know?
No.
Well, based on the striking lack of evidence on my end, I'm forced to either be agnostic or agree. I can't disagree with that proposition. Bryce Aroni, thank you
Likewise.
for the $20 super chat, my friend. Bryce Aroni wants to talk about causes. Says causes are retroactive descriptions of events which triggered a later event, which we call an effect. Both conceptual, neither are objects. And causes can only exist once an effect occurs, which means they're simultaneous.
Yeah, that's like my understanding of it. That like if a cause happens, then you would have to, if the effect doesn't happen, the cause doesn't happen. If the cause happens, then the effect happens.
And if they're events, then they're the same event.
Yeah.
Indeed. Mark-On, thank you for the $5 super chat, says thank you for your donation. Well, Mark-On, thank you for your donation. We really appreciate that, friend. And Mike, thank you for the $10 super chat, says I hope Alco has metaphysical health insurance for the trip to the ICU Ian inflicted. There were some burn wounds. Dr. David Wasambla says, y'all didn't ask us to type 1 if we were converted. You know what I should have? I should have made, at least did a poll to see how effective that guest rhetoric was. I apologize. That's my bad. And Judas, welcome in, trader. I appreciate the super chat. Says, if you want some good Roman Catholic ethics lore, then you should read The Plight of Detective Elliot Stabler. I've never even heard of such an individual, but now I wish I had read it. Thank you for the suggestion, Judas. We appreciate that. And Jerry, great to see you this morning. Thank you for the super chat. It says, credit to Daniel Green. We love Daniel Green. Faith is a faith terminating cliche. Its purpose is to terminate thought. Its purpose is to terminate thought. I don't know if you meant to put that in there 3 times, but
Was there a stroke that just happened? Because that's supposed to be faith is a thought terminating cliche.
I think that's what he
Right?
meant to say. Yeah. Faith is a thought terminating cliche, and we agree with you there, Jerry, and we also agree with Daniel Green, if that's where you got it from. Daniel's phenomenal. Bryce Aroni again, thank you so much for the additional $20 super chat, my friend. Says creation needs a creator and is irrelevant tautology. One needs a justification for presupposing that existence is a creation in the first place. You don't just get to smuggle the word creation into a premise. How often have we seen this? People trying to smuggle in the word creation just so they can posit a creator.
Well, what it is, I think that it's like a Mott and Bailey, right? They want the like solid, easily like obviously true defensible point to be like, yeah, it's a creation. The Earth is created. That is like, it was
like
like
it
caused.
exists.
It was like caused by something or something of that effect, right? Blitz, cover your ears. But it was like caused by something. But then like when you say, yeah, sure, like I agree that it's a creation, then they say, oh, well then it needs a creator that is like a mind. And it's like, whoa, that doesn't follow.
Indeed, it does not. Mix Mox Box, thank you for the super chat, Fred. It says, for Dr. Blitz and Ian, what are the issues surrounding the presentism versus A theory in regards to physics and the philosophy of time?
Go for it, Blitz.
Well, I mean, look, so the way that we talk about the universe, the way that we talk about, space-time in general relativity is you talk about the curvature of space-time as a whole, right? It's not really enough to just talk about, what's going on now and what happened in the past. In particular, just the kind of mathematical structure requires that there is some future that you can study. And a really definitive way of thinking about this for those who are mathematically inclined, in order to define space-time curvature, you have to take derivatives in the time direction, right? That's like you're taking derivatives of certain things in the time direction and in spatial directions, of course. But if you're taking derivatives in the time direction, that means that you have to step an infinitesimal amount of time in the future, and that has to be well-defined. It has to already exist so that you can evaluate, the value of something and then subtract it off from the way it is now. So like these notions are kind of built into the mathematical model that we use to understand them. And it's not super clear that it even makes sense to talk about these kinds of mathematical structures if the future doesn't exist, or if the future doesn't exist in the same way the past and the present exist.
Well articulated. I am the cheese says, sorry, typo. Paul is Simon Magus. Yeah, so there is a theory that Paul is Simon Magus. I've never thought it was on good foundation. It's kind of a silly claim to me. There's also been claims that other people are related to Simon Magus, like Peter, but again, I don't see any good reason for this claim to have any legs. I mean, from what we can tell from early church writings, Simon Magus was a hated individual by the early church. He was like a fake Christian. Paul certainly would have been a Jewish heretic, but he wasn't a fake Christian. So I don't find the crossover to be all that tantalizing. Good question though. And Becky, thank you for the super chat. Says Elliot Stabler is from Law and Order Special Victims Unit TV show. I appreciate the information. I never would have guessed that, Becky. Not in a million years would I have known that. But we appreciate that. Friends, we're going to get their next guest on here. Thank you so much for being here. If you're watching on TikTok and YouTube and you haven't subscribed yet, hit the like and subscribe button. We'd super appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the bell notification so you can know when we go live as well. We super appreciate all the friends in the community here. And I think Anthony was the next in line. So we'll get Anthony into the chat. How you doing, Anthony?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me a prerequisite question before I got.
Oh, we are. We are.
That is the prerequisite question. And I take that
No,
to
I
be
didn't-
dodge number one. We'll
I
ask
didn't hear
one
the
more time. How are you? I'm kidding.
I didn't hear any question when I came.
You're
I don't know
totally
if I
good.
got
You're
lag
totally
or what.
good.
Anthony, are you at least
Go ahead.
18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And is it a specific God or a generic God or like a deistic God?
I'm what I would consider to be an Orthodox Christian.
Cool. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, the first thing that I wanted to tackle really quick is I've seen Ian on a lot of things, and I feel like Ian contradicts himself quite a bit. And you can see that when Blitz and Ian argue. He doesn't
Didn't
even know
turn
his
out
own
well.
standpoint for foundationalism. And I'm not like the most intelligent guy in the world. I can go ahead and admit
grant
that.
that.
I think your guys' vocabulary is far better than mine, and your understanding for specific words is better than mine. But the way that you guys kind of just word vomit and don't even know your own standpoint, it's kind of baffling.
Are you going to give an argument or did you come to complain?
Yeah, so far I have like
I
premise
came
one,
to-
wah, premise two, boohoo.
Well, because
Do you have like a
guys
real
don't
argument
really have
or?
a belief for me to interrogate. Like none of you are like coherent with each other. So I don't even know
Well,
why it even makes
so,
sense for people to
Anthony,
come on
to be
here
clear,
and talk
Anthony,
to
to be clear, not all of us agree. We don't agree on everything because we're individual people with different thoughts. For example, I call myself a pretty hard nominalist, and Ian like hates that view, and I hate Ian's view about metaphysics. And Justin is agnostic about it. So like we disagree on stuff. What we do agree on is that God isn't real.
Yeah, but my understanding of that though is if you guys all agree that God isn't real, but you guys don't agree on anything, then
We agree on
agree on
lots
really
of
the
things.
non-conversation to have with
We
any
agree
of
on
you
lots
guys
of
people.
things.
Christians not only don't agree on what they believe, they murder each other for it. This is not a good argument. Do you want to try
Also,
a
to
better
make
one?
like a quick transcendental argument, this is a performative contradiction. If there's no reason to discuss with us, then you would be performatively contradicting the fact that you are discussing with us. That is, you'd be admitting that you're doing something illogical at present.
Oh, I'm fine with admitting I'm doing something illogical.
Okay, sure. Well, then
Yeah,
your
that has
performance
no-
is contradictory to your words.
I don't know how, because I said I'm fine with
Because
being
you're
illogical.
saying that what you're doing right now is illogical. You're behaving in an illogical way
you
right
said
now
that.
currently.
I didn't.
You
say
agreed
that.
to it. You
said
agreed to it.
that. I said that's fine if I am. I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, sure. If there's no reason to talk to us, then you have no reason to do it, which means that what you're doing right now is done without reason.
Well, I was hoping you could change my mind. I was hoping that there was a reason for you guys to even have this hosted debate.
It's weird because you didn't actually engage in an argument. You just came up and started crying immediately. Do you want to engage in an actual argument?
What am I? But there's nothing that I could say that would make
Oh.
you guys believe in a God, because you guys don't believe
Sure
in
you
the
could.
Bible, correct?
So no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's gone.
He didn't
Did
want
you
to
kick
engage
him
in-
even though he wanted to? Wait a minute. But he wanted to argue about the Bible. That's He wants to talk to you,
No,
Justin.
he didn't. No, he specifically said that because he said you guys don't believe in the Bible, which is why he's not going to talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Orthodox don't like talk to people who don't already believe in the Bible and church authority. It's kind of like when you talk to a Muslim and they're like, "Well, you're not a Muslim, so you can't talk about the Quran." It's one of those dumb
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, you do
well.
speak Arabic. I guess you can't understand the Quran at all.
Well, we got Benjamin in the house now. Benjamin, how you doing? Are you at least 18? Do you believe in God? Did you come with a claim or a warrant or an argument, or did you come to complain about Ian?
Oh, there's no complaints. I wanted to discuss because I'm an omniist. I do not believe in one generic God. I have
Is
also
it the same as a polytheist?
similar, yeah.
Okay.
Make sure I understand this correctly. Omniist is kind of like everything is God.
I believe all things are connected and that all the gods exist, except in different.
So, is there a limit to the number of gods? Is there like 100, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000? How many gods are there?
Basically, they all exist in some form.
Does there exist a god who has the property of not being connected to the other gods?
Think of it more like a patriarchy. One answers.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's very.
Did you say like a patriarchy?
Yeah, it's basically a patriarchy. You know, say for instance, you take and imagine
Feminism has a hard road ahead.
Oh yeah, yeah. But what I wanted to go over with y'all is, well, first I have a question. Would we agree in this chat that scientifically we can measure the age of the universe?
We can measure how long it's been since the universe began expanding.
Okay, so we would granted give it an age based on the scientific community
Yeah,
of 14
sure. That's
billion.
Yeah, in terms
that's
of from
fine.
the Big Bang, not in terms of like it having like a beginning, to clarify.
Okay, so if we can agree that the universe would have an age, right?
I want to make sure that we're all on the same page with this before we move further. When we say it has an age, we're not saying that it didn't exist prior to this point. We're just saying that the observable universe, as far back as we can actually demonstrate, is this old. We're not saying that it just didn't exist prior to that.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, with you know the units of measurements that we have available to us, correct? Scientifically speaking, we measure how long that the universe has been at the expansion point, correct? So,
Yep.
if we can measure this, and say for instance, there was no creator, there was no nothing. So scientifically, we can prove that something cannot come from nothing. Correct?
Oh, how do you prove that?
Well, we actually can prove it. We can prove it scientifically with the world around us. For instance,
How do we prove it
How?
scientifically? Well, we can just prove it scientifically,
I'll give
Blitz.
you some short.
Oh,
Does that clarify?
yeah, I don't know.
So when a baby is
Wait,
born,
Benjamin, we started about this universe discussion agreeing that we're not claiming there's a start to the universe, meaning it didn't exist prior. So none of us believe that something came from nothing. I don't know why you just now put that on us.
I'm trying. I'm autistic, so my thought process can be a little hard to follow. If you are confused, just
Everyone
stop.
here has experience with that,
Yeah.
so don't worry about it.
Some of us more than others. Am I right, Dr. Blitz?
Am I right, Ian? Am I right, Justin?
Yeah, I get it. It's also early morning for me, so it's a little. But for me, I've seen that when it comes to anything around us, it has a start point. It all does. Seeds, life. There's a birthing process.
What do you think a start point is?
So, for instance, when you have a tree, you have a start point from the flowering and the pollination to the seed, making a
Sure.
new life.
But all the
But that's-
stuff included didn't come into existence. It already existed in a different form.
Exactly.
It didn't materialize. So this actually reinforces our opinion, which is that there never was something from nothing. There's always been something.
this is where it crosses into multiverse theory.
Oh boy.
Oh no. Can we not cross into multiverse theory, please? Dr. Blitz is having an aneurysm.
I get it. I'm sorry. But so, just like our universe, would connect to another universe, there is the point that just like a tree or a person, that there is a detached base point. Now, there is nothing we have to present that ours is the true base. Nothing. So, granted.
So, could I just get, maybe you could simplify. God exists because, or we know that God exists because, and then what would fill in the because?
So we know, in my mind, now I'm not trying to push it out there, but in my mind, the reason we know a God exists is not because of, the theological arguments that everyone proposes. It is because everything must start from something else. Everything.
Including God?
Yes, God is not the original.
Wait,
There
God had a start?
God has a start.
What created God? Another God?
That's the thing, is it must have a birthplace.
So
God,
there's an infinite regress of gods?
yes.
That's crazy. I mean, sure.
And how did the infinite regress start?
Now that is too complicated for my small brain to understand. I will admit that
I
I
grant that.
cannot.
What if well, holy fuck, wait, what if a universe created the infinite regress of gods that then creates a universe? We've blown this thing wide open.
That's where I'm going with this.
Why? Why are you going there?
Because the problem is we have, as a scientific community, we are limited by what we can observe, what we can see, what we can measure. But we also have to acknowledge scientifically that there are things we cannot see, things we cannot measure, because we are limited by the technology.
We don't. We actually don't have to acknowledge that.
Scientifically speaking.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is we are still furthering our technology. We are still furthering our mathematics. We are still furthering our research every single day. There is so much out there that we cannot measure all of it, and we probably never will be able to.
Scientifically speaking, none of this is a reason to think that God exists.
Well,
from the scientific viewpoint, this leads to contradictions, scientifically speaking.
Well, for instance, if we can agree scientifically that everything has a start biologically in Earth and what we observe.
I agree scientifically speaking that everything scientifically has a start, but I disagree scientifically speaking that science would prescribe that everything has a start, scientifically speaking.
In fact, scientifically speaking, this would imply that science has a start, and scientifically speaking, science can't itself have its start, while also scientifically speaking being the starter of science.
Well, we were not able to truly understand or comprehend science until we had the means to do so. For instance, when we started as Neanderthals, what everybody preaches, and everybody, even in the scientific community, both, we all agree that we started off very primitive. We had no way to measure science. Everything was like...
still so.
Yeah, even there's certain things we still do not understand.
I don't understand where we're going with this.
Well, with the science of creation and the object of God in general, God is literally something beyond our understanding. So, for instance, we hypothetically say that there was a God, okay?
But if God is beyond our understanding, how can you know anything about God? How can you possibly know that the omni-style God hypothesis is the correct one?
Well, see, that's the thing, is none of us will ever truly know until we...
So you would say that you're agnostic?
Somewhat.
I'm agnostic, leaning omniist.
But for the purposes of, with God. For instance, the Christian Bible, which I've studied.
I thought you were an omniist.
Well, see, I've studied many different religions, but I'm just
Mm.
Can
talking
you
about
name 4?
in general. The Christians do not even know their own books because the Vatican removed books. So the Christians are going out here. Oh well, this is this. This is
I
this.
mean,
They don't even
to
have the entirety of
Benjamin, the
their.
Vatican did literally the opposite. They're trying to keep all the books in there. That's why the
Mm.
Catholic Bible has the additional apocrypha books.
Let's just make
Well,
sure, scientifically speaking, that we have a shared foundation. You would agree that there's no God but Allah, correct?
oh no, hell
Oh,
no.
then Islam is false.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that there is more than one God.
Would you say that Yahweh is the highest one?
Not exactly, no, because
Then
Yahweh is just the one we know of that supposedly is the highest one.
then you would reject like the Bible,
I do not fully
scientifically
reject the
speaking.
Bible. I believe the Bible was altered too many times by men. And as I tell Jehovah's Witnesses and people who come on my door professing to have all this biblical knowledge to share with me, I point out to them that the Bible also stated to them, which they ignore, that should you take or add unto this book, the worst plagues will be visited upon thee. 1200 AD, when the canonical Bible, King James, was compiled, shortly thereafter in Europe, they
Wait,
got hit by
what year was
bubonic.
that?
1200 AD is when the canonical Bible was put together.
Are what universe are you referring to?
So
The King James was completed in 1611.
so they started compiling it and putting it together before mass produced in 1200 AD.
They certainly did not. They didn't even have a critical edition to work from yet.
King
That
James
came
didn't
from
exist yet.
yeah. You needed the
If
work
you-
from Desiderius Erasmus, his critical edition of the New Testament first.
the Roman Catholic Church.
You know the King James Bible is just an update of the Bishop's Bible, right? Like if you just look at the
Yes.
translation committee notes, it's clear that they're just updating the Bishop's
I'm not
Bible.
sure what they were calling it then, but the priest and the bishops and the Roman Catholic Church started going together to compile their first version in 1200 AD.
Except they didn't. They literally burned people at the stake in the 12 and 1300s for trying to create editions of the Bible in their native tongue.
Yeah, so the Hebrew compilation was not fully produced, but was compiled.
The Masoretic text?
I'm not sure what the word is.
The Hebrew Masoretic text was already compiled well before the medieval period. In fact, they used the Leningrad Codex and the Aleppo Codex as the base, as a starting off point.
Can't remember.
Benjamin, I think you've waded into waters that are above your head. I'm not sure this is the topic you want to go into.
Well, I'm trying to remember what it was called. My brain, like I said, I just woke up when I joined the live, and I remember talking and doing some reading about the Roman Catholic Church having several meetings of the popes, the bishops, arguing what should be canonical and what shouldn't be canonical. And I believe, if I would remember my numbers correctly, I want to say it was 1200.
Why does this matter for an omnist?
I have no idea.
Sorry, it's just the argument I have with most of the Christians that come onto my door is simply
But we're not Christians, so why are you bringing this up to us?
Yeah.
Because you guys asked me about what I believe, and that's a whole different shit show.
Well, you're not a Christian, though.
No, that's why I argue with most of them.
we don't care about the Bible if you're not arguing for the Bible.
Oh, the Christians do not even follow their own code. Is my point with that.
We agree.
That's cool.
Yeah, we agree, but we're concerned about what you believe.
For me, it is more along the lines of, that there was a birth of some kind, though we cannot define it. And that, the gods
Scientifically speaking,
in their own versions, in their own ways. They all do. Zeus, that he exists. Yahweh, he exists.
Does he live on top of Mount Olympus?
Huh?
Does
No.
Zeus live on top of Mount Olympus? Because that's what the cartoon said.
Oh, I know the cartoons say that, but literally what people don't understand is early science of an advanced civilization would be what they would call magic and deify them.
So you're telling me Zeus is an alien with advanced technology? Is that what you're saying? Is that your belief?
More or less.
Nice. Yeah, he was like there. He was unloading.
So like
his,
you don't
his,
believe
lightning
all gods
rifle.
are real? Yeah.
I believe that we recognize gods as being beyond our own understanding and power.
Now, Benjamin, before you go, what do you make of quantum physics? Do you have any thoughts about quantum physics?
Are you trying to get me killed?
In general, with quantum physics, it's literally, to me, I honestly believe that is why we recognize them as gods, is because they were people who
I need to go get some rope. Like,
all right, Benjamin, thanks so much for coming on up. Thanks.
Like I said, it's a rabbit hole.
Good to hear from you, Benjamin.
Y'all have a good day.
Well, that was something.
I
you
agree.
evil bastard.
Oh goodness.
That's the funniest prank I've ever pulled.
I suppose let's grab some super chats, friends. Garba Gaming, great to see you. Thank you for the 10 Canuck bucks. Says please have more pretend debates against each other. That cause and effect showdown was 10 times more fun than what theists bring. Actually, I did enjoy it, to be fair.
Yeah, we should Dr. Blitz and I should go on modern day debates and I'll defend Hinduism and he'll defend like Zoroastrianism.
I'll defend Shintoism, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. I am
And
the
I'll wear
big
cat
cheese.
ears while I do it.
Please do.
Horrible.
Says Genesis posits that the Garden of Eden is a physical place that is located on Earth. By all accounts, should be discoverable with modern tech. So this is true, and if you actually do the geography correctly, it looks like the Garden of Eden is located where the Persian Gulf is now. And if you read some of the old, if you read some of the, because the
what
rivers,
information do we? Go ahead.
The rivers that come to a head, they all come together. They actually come together in the Persian Gulf. So they did radar scans of the Persian Gulf, and prior to the flooding of the Gulf, those four rivers did actually end in that location, and there was a civilization there. And the ancient Babylonians wrote about this particular civilization as though it was like this perfect Edenic type civilization. So it's just tapping into an older legend about a city that used to be there, because you can idolize a city now that it's gone because no one can test it.
Justin, can you send me stuff about that? Because that's interesting.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Historically, it sounds interesting.
Sure thing. I can definitely do that.
Cool.
But we agreed, Cheese. Mr. McDizzle, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, just want to thank you guys for holding up these Christians' feet to the fire. The aroma is truly pleasing. Also, remember to like, subscribe, and drop a comment. Let's get the algorithm rock hard. I agree. Let's get the algorithm rock hard for Doug and sopping wet for Sharon, friends. Let's get it going. Fosk. You know. Fosco says mass-produced 200 years before the printing press. Yeah, it's funny. I didn't actually connect those dots, but that's actually a really good connection. I appreciate that one. And Cheese coming back again. Thank you so much, my friend. Says I studied all the religions, read Gospels, watched Rugrats, Hanukkah special, read Percy Jackson, and Quran wiki page. Christianity seemed most compelling out of the four. Yeah, that's basically what they. To be fair, that's their level of study.
It's not quite correct. They watched the Percy Jackson movies. They didn't read the books.
Oh, for sure, yes. And Neck2 again says best show on YouTube, hands down. Well, thank you, Neck2. I appreciate that. And Miss Cat, thank you for the pineapples or the budding heart on TikTok, guys. Thank you so much for all the gifts over on TikTok. Sorry, the TikTok doesn't. It's hard for us to organize the gifts on TikTok. I'm working on the system for that. Dr. Blitz already got it figured out. But let's move on to our next guest. And as far as I can tell from the order they came in at, I think B-Boy Iggy is next in line. And then after that, we're going to grab a Tangelo.
B-boy. B-boy, can you hear us?
Hello?
B-boy.
Okay, B-boy. Sorry.
No? Okay.
All right, we'll move on to the next in line. Give me 1 second, Tangelo. We've got more people on TikTok that were in line after.
Mm-hmm.
Lindalo. Let's see if Lindalo can connect.
I believe it's Lindaloo.
But next after that, Otangela.
Tomato, tomato. Yeah. Linda, how you doing? Yeah, Lindaloo makes more sense. It's probably 2 words. Like Cindy Lou Who.
Or like Vindaloo, but Lindaloo.
That's what I'm thinking.
You know, chicken Vindaloo.
Yeah. Linda, are you with us?
Chicken Lindaloo. You there?
Wow. Okay, then. That's a shame, man. Pretty dogs. Linda, I think something's going on with your connection because it looked like you made a noise there, but I didn't hear a voice.
So Linda just DM'd me and said that we should go to the next guest on TikTok, and then we can bring her up later.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like fantastic. So the next guest is an actual rabbi. Can't wait.
Oh, nice.
How you doing, actual rabbi?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you actually a rabbi, or is this kind of like a joke?
No, I am.
Dope.
Thank you.
Are you a rabbi by training, or a rabbi like the way pastors in America are, where they just decided to be a pastor with no credentials?
I don't know the way that it works in America. I'm in Russia.
Did you attend
work
yeshiva?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so you're a real rabbi. Dope. Okay, so
Thank you.
You're at least 18 because you're a rabbi, so we don't have to ask you that. And I'm assuming you believe in the God of the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah. Would be weird otherwise.
I mean, that's my thought. I just wanted to clarify. You never know the type of people we get on the show. So what would be, in your view, the most compelling argument for the God of the Hebrew Bible?
I mean, I was there a couple times and I said different stuff, but I want to bring something new because I think that's a very interesting idea. So hear me out. Basically, we see in science that some things are provable by have some witnesses. They are saying that they saw this, and we can prove that they're saying the truth, right? Like there's for example, I thought of an example. There's something called self-inflaming syndrome, something about that. Like people used to inflame. You can Google it. There's crazy stuff, but people used to inflame sometime just because of a spark. There's something happened like really 3 times, and it's actually a scientific thing. People can inflate in certain circumstances.
I'm unclear as to what this has to do with God or how this would demonstrate God's existence.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what you are referring to are spontaneous combustion.
Yes, exactly, right.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's not scientific.
What's my?
There are supposed cases of such a thing, but all of them have like actual rational explanations. They're not like mystical.
Okay, but you do agree that if there's a documented thing by a bunch of people that saw something and they pass this information in next generations, that it can be a proof that something did happen.
No,
right?
I don't think that's proof.
No, not necessarily. Well, look, so generally there will be some sort of explanation as to why a large group of people are all saying the same thing, because that's unlikely to happen spontaneously.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's not evidence, or it's not proof rather, that the thing that they're saying happened is what actually happened.
Otherwise, this is proof for what? For that?
Well, no, it's just proof. It's just proof that something caused them to have that belief. Or to say
let's go for my example. Let's go to my thing. There's 600,000 Jews that used to stand by the Mount of Sinai, and saw miracles happened, and they pass
How do you know Kuzari? Holy shit! An actual genuine Kuzari runner. I can't believe you're running the Kuzari
No, the 600,000
argument.
thing is a biblical thing. It's
okay. Thank you for knowing Kuzari. He's a little bit later, but
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
to
like
be
Kuzari. I
fair,
read it.
according to the Book of Numbers, there's more than 600,000. There was over 600,000
It's only
fighting men
males.
alone,
Males.
which means
Right,
there
from
were
20
about
to 60.
Unless I think
between
it's
2 and 3 million of them.
Yeah. It's just a number going around. Yeah, it's
Isn't
true.
it weird
Just
that not one of them left us a written account? And don't you think there'd be like thousands of written accounts?
why would they read account?
Because
I mean, would you?
you're the one claiming that a group of people witnessing something and passing it down should be good evidence that it existed, but yet none of them actually wrote about it. The texts that we have come from hundreds of years later by people that weren't there.
Okay, like something happened right now. Let's say what's the name of this guy? Charlie Kirk. The guy got killed, the politician. So there's millions of people saw this, and there's only like 1,000 of people that said something about it. So why would you think that?
There are many thousands of articles that were written about it.
Right,
and also
articles,
video.
But if it, right. I'm saying the percentages of people I'm not gonna write about this thing because everyone knows this happened in our generation. So why would people who saw the mountain, the Mountain Sinai, and everything happened there, why would they write something? It wasn't the duration.
They didn't write anything.
And
they could have.
With respect to like the Charlie Kirk stuff, like the number of people who wrote something about this are like a catastrophic number of people, right? Like this was
but
like,
compared to people who
front
just
page
saw
news
it
for like a week. Like there's so many
Right.
writings on this.
But in comparison to tons of people who saw it, know about it, but just not saying.
So more
saying
people
anything
saw
about
it. So actual Rabbi, more
Yeah.
people saw it than you're supposing were at Mount Sinai.
Yeah. What's
Because the
problem
video
with this?
because the video exists.
Okay. Either way, it's not. We're going a little bit different
Like
direction.
the people who
What I wanna
wrote
say
the
is
people who
not
wrote
this-
about it saw it, right?
Yeah, right. But
So-
like, why? Let's say, did you wrote something about it? Because I didn't, but I saw it. I know about this happening, but I don't think I need to say something about it. Like, not everyone who saw something needs to say something about this. That's why I'm
agree.
saying 600 people saw the Mountain Sinai, but no one thought he needs to write it down. Especially, it was very expensive. They just told their children this happened, and it was so obvious that no one thought that there is need to write it down. It's
It sounds
everyone
like
tells their
lack
children
of
that
lack
fact
of
that happened.
foresight.
What? Lack of
This
what?
is like the single most
Not
exciting
the,
thing to
it's not
happen
the only
in their
for
entire
something
lives.
that's missing.
Like this isn't like a standard. This is like this seems like exactly the type of thing that I'd write down. The most exciting thing in my entire existence.
Did you write down the most exciting thing happened in your life by this day?
Yeah.
Did you
yeah,
write
I've
it
written
down
about
somewhere?
that. Yeah. Like I've literally written that in like Google Docs, right? Like when like a huge life event happens, yeah, there's like tons of writings. Or like I don't know, when I was like in college, when I was like fourth in the nation in debate, I wrote tons and tons and tons about this.
No, I'm saying if let's say you say for a plane crash, you're not gonna write it. You're gonna tell this to everyone, but you're not necessarily gonna write it down in some book to save this information for future generations. Like there's no
why
need for
wouldn't
this.
you?
Not
God told him to. God told Moses to write it down. Like
Moses is the difference.
according to the
Not-
narrative
you're
in the
asking-
Hebrew Bible, God literally told Moses to write down all the words of the covenant, and yet for some reason we don't actually have a copy of it.
It has nothing to do with the question. He asked me why no one from the Jews wrote it down, and he's saying me that God says to Moses. I agree. God says to Moses to write it down. But the question was why no one out of 600,000 male Jews did write it down. So it's off the question really.
Right, yeah, I would change
Okay.
the question too once you heard a good response to it. Yeah. So I agree. Yeah, why didn't the rest of the people write it down? I agree. That's a good question. Why didn't they write it down?
Okay, and I said that not everything that happened in your life you think to write it down. I brought an example of plane.
So,
if I would
si-
say from a plane crash,
2.5
I would not write it down in the book.
million people in the desert witness a God on a mountain, and not one of them was like, "I gotta write this shit down." That's crazy.
That's your
people.
Your
people
question
have,
is exactly
people
answering the
have
question.
written down far less.
Yeah.
At these times, like it wasn't like lots of exciting things were happening. You know, the day-to-day life
Yeah,
of
and
these
also
people was
at
probably
these
pretty
times-
boring.
At that times, also there was not a lot of ways to write something down. I mean, you should have to make a paper. It took like a month at least. Yeah, the different types of paper,
It
all of
did
them took like
not.
a
That's
ton of time.
not remotely true.
Well, I remember there were like 3 types of papers. One made of bricks, second one made out of leaves. When you are like sewing together, it's
You mean
sounds
papyrus?
really, yeah, papyrus, right?
Well,
I mean,
most
it's
likely,
really hard to make, and it's
most likely they would have either used Akkadian clay tablets, or they would have written it on vellum like leather.
okay.
To be
But
sure,
it's
he most
it's
likely
not
he
easy.
would have written it in Egyptian. There's really no evidence whatsoever that Moses wrote anything in the Pentateuch. It's just legend. For example, it mentions all kinds of stuff that Moses certainly wouldn't have known about, and it narrates his own death. It'd be ridiculous to think that Moses narrated his own death.
True. That okay. So there's what's the Dr. Bleeds. He used to talk last time we talked about the Midrash. So the Midrash says 2 things. One of them that God said to Moses to write it down, and he was crying while he was writing this down. And the second thing that he's the next guy, the Yeshua, he wrote it down after the Moses death. So there's the 2 versions in Judaism that say
Yeah, except we have no
that's
evidence of that. If you actually analyze
okay.
the text,
You
it's
asked
clear
me
that
a question. I just answered.
whoever wrote it was writing probably in the 9th or the 10th century at the earliest, because they keep referencing the events like they're on the other side of the river. It keeps saying when they were on the eastern side of the Jordan. That statement entails that who's ever writing it is writing after they already crossed over the Jordan. And then it talks about in Genesis how the kings of Edom, there was a succession prior to there being a king in Israel. Whoever wrote Genesis, if it was Moses or Aaron, wouldn't have known that there was ever a king in Israel, because there wasn't a king in Israel for another 400 years. The Bible itself doesn't even know when the Exodus is. It thinks that they built the storehouses of Ramses, Pithom and Ramses, it says in Exodus 1:11, but Ramses didn't live for another 200 years. It's mythology, bro.
I lost the line. I was answering one question, then you bring me like 5 questions now. I'm confused about it. But you asked me the question
You
about
are
the Moses write it down.
confused.
I told you the answer. Because he was asking 5 questions in a row. I'm still by the question. I'm still at the point of proving that the God exists. And you're asking 10 different questions at the same time, so it's really hard to answer.
I'm sorry,
But
what
what
was
I
your
did
proof?
say that
Maybe we
okay,
can
so
maybe
okay,
we can
let's come.
reframe the discussion, and you can tell me what you're actually trying to prove.
No problem. Okay, so my proof is there's a 6,000, 3 million people if you're saying children and females also, and the elderly people that witnessed this thing, and then they taught their knowledge to their children, and their children taught to their children, and there's non-stopping line of information passing from generation to generation, and
Yeah,
because
cool,
there's
cool story,
it's never,
bro. That's what we're asking you to
well,
validate. There's
well,
you
the
know
fact that the Judaism
there's an
never
infinite
stopped.
there's an infinite chain of witnesses going all the way back to the god Apollo. Like this
Well,
infinite chain. The infinite chain is mythology. You have to demonstrate that it actually exists. Don't just claim that it exists. Show me that it.
No,
Where is
I'm
it? Where
saying
can I
that
find it?
well, the fact that the Jews never extinct, that we are
So
the
what?
ancestors of the same Jews that witnessed this. I should prove this.
The Greeks haven't gone extinct. They still exist, and they still
They-
make great
But
souvlakas.
there's a difference because by the time of Nebuchadnezzar, what's his name in English?
Oh
Nebuchadnezzar.
no,
remember.
you don't want to go Nebuchadnezzar. This guy
Why?
can't be a real rabbi. How do you not know the problems with the Book of Daniel?
By the way, I don't think souvlakas is an actual Greek food, by the way. It just sounded Greek, so I said
Thanks,
it.
Blitz. That was an important
You're welcome.
contribution.
I know.
Tzatziki? I think the Greeks
Yeah,
have. for
tzatziki,
sure.
there you go. You're
Okay,
right.
but do we agree that Nebuchadnezzar existed, or are we saying he not existed at all?
We
I'm a
agree that he
Nebuchadnezzar
exists.
anti-realist.
Yeah, but
So-
he absolutely wasn't the father of Belshazzar. Belshazzar was the son of King Nabonidus, but that's
I never said
sure
that.
we'll get
Yeah.
around it.
Okay,
I know. I'm just
my-
letting you know where we're stand here. If you bring up Nebuchadnezzar, it's going to be a bumpy ride.
Okay,
Somewhere
my
Nebuchadnezzar
point was
quietest.
that
I think Nebuchadnezzar's
Okay.
existence is all a verbal dispute. I think you're just arguing about what the term means. No, I'm kidding. Sorry for
Okay, so
derailing.
my point was to say that Nebuchadnezzar, when he conquered a certain country, the thing he used to do. He used to switch people to the different place, so they don't have a will to make a revolution because they're disconnected from their field. And this
No,
thing
that's not
first mentioned.
necessarily true. Nebuchadnezzar would take
Okay,
all of the people of value and relocate them to his territory. He left the peasants and the people of no value to suffer here back in Judea when he finished his campaign in 587. So it wasn't like
right.
he just kidnapped all the Jews and took them. They take the Jews that are valuable, that are resourceful to them, and then they basically turn them into workers or slaves or whatnot. Or sometimes they would resettle them
Eh,
and force them into marriages with people that were natives of their own land so that they would be forced into
yeah,
assimilation.
Can I
but that's
offer an
not my
alternative
argument.
hypothesis?
I mean, you can,
So
but you should prove it.
suppose for a moment, yeah. Well, so I'm going to offer a perhaps more plausible hypothesis. So suppose for a moment that there
Okay.
was a small group of people who migrated out of Egypt, 1400 BC or something like this, and made their way
Okay.
into what we now call like the Levant, right? Those people then settled, intermingled with the local peoples. They had their own story about where they came from. That story then became merged with the stories of the local peoples, and over the course of 1,000 years, it eventually became a national history. Isn't that just more plausible than like several million people wandering around in the desert after seeing God?
I mean, the Baruch hypothesis. Can you prove what he's saying? It's just a hypothesis.
I'm offering a hypothesis that doesn't require supernatural intervention. And given that we both agree that natural things happen, and we both agree that stories change over time, it seems like my hypothesis is just more plausible on the face because it doesn't require the additional belief in the supernatural.
And to be
Okay,
fair,
but
there's
if
actually
I
historical
don't have
precedent
time to
for
answer your
this.
questions. I'm
So
sorry. I'm trying to
So
answer.
there's
He's saying
there's actually
okay.
there's actually historical precedents for what you're saying, Dr. Blitz, because in the 1600s,
I
a
know.
large group of Semitic people left. They're called the Hyksos. So it wouldn't be the first time it happened.
God's people, like
Okay,
the
so
Higgs boson.
can we agree? Can we agree that hypothesis cannot disprove anything? Like this, the hypothesis cannot be
But
a proof to something not existing because the
no,
hypothesis
it's an
may happen.
explanation. It's an
Yeah.
explanation
No, it's
of the
hypothesis.
The
data.
conversation is dueling explanations. You propose one, we propose another, and then we evaluate them on their merits. If we can provide
It's
a
not
natural
true.
explanation, then if we can explain all of this stuff with just the laws of physics, there's no need to add additional entities to our worldview. We should avoid adding things to our worldview when we can explain all the things that happen with what we have already. For example, if you lose your shoes, this is compatible with you like being forgetful, a thing that probably already exists to some extent in your worldview. You wouldn't want to say that the shoe stealing fairy exists because you misplaced your shoes. That would be a bad hypothesis. It adds things to the hypothesis without getting any explanatory power. So likewise, if we can explain this naturally, we shouldn't be attempting to explain it supernaturally.
But this is anti-scientific thinking because, and I'll explain myself. It's anti-scientific
Blitz never
because
learned any science. It's
science.
not his fault.
No,
It's
I'm
not my
sorry, I
fault. You
did.
can't blame me. I'm
What?
so sorry.
That's offensive. I did learn science. Thank you.
No, we said
No,
both.
Okay.
me. I haven't.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So science is not about claiming facts. Science is about see the nature of things. Like if something falling, you can measure it, and you can use this measurement to make some other discoveries. But all about the writing down about what you see and just not explaining everything from when it's coming. Let's say, for example, if the scientist will see a stone goes from down, not falling, but go the opposite direction, he's not gonna say that there's some power. He just saw the things happening, and he's gonna write down maybe someone threw this stone, and maybe he bounced from something, but it's not a proof for anything. There's tons of hypotheses because true scientist is not claiming facts. He's analyzing whatever he sees. So your whole thing about what's more likely, more or less likely, there's something. It's called a camera raiser, but it's not about the claiming facts. It's only about hypothesis because all science is about hypothesis. So I would
I don't
disagree
know who
about
I don't
this.
know who you're arguing against. None of us are disagreeing that hypotheses are not facts. I'm not sure why this is even a talking point. You're giving an explanation for the Hebrews, and we're
They,
giving you an alternative explanation for the Hebrews, and we're asking you which is more likely. We actually have historical precedents for the hypothesis that Blitz has laid out. I don't know if we have anything even remotely close to the hypothesis that you laid out in history, which means one of them is just less likely.
you have some historical evidence that can be matched good with your hypothesis. It's good, but I have a knowledge of generation. My father learned from his father, that learned from his father, and this chain went going directly to the Moses that taught us that, and we saw all the Mountain Sinai. I have the same valued information as you have,
But look,
because
don't.
I know that
actual
this
Rabbi,
chain
You
never
have
stopped.
legend.
Yeah.
Actual Rabbi, here's the problem. The problem is that so the validity of a piece of evidence, and this is actually like accounted for. I know that you're in Russia. At least I don't know how the court system works in Russia, but the way that you account for a good piece of evidence is by the chain of custody. So in order for something to be admissible in court, like, you know, maybe like some blood or maybe like a post-it note or something like that, you have to account for every single place that it's been. You have to know who had it, where it was, how the transfer. You have to know basically how it got from where it came from to you the entire way. And so when we look at historical records, we don't really have a big burden for chain of custody, because we can just go look at the archaeology. We can just go look at the primary sources, and then the chain of custody is very short. There is you know, the archaeological evidence like pottery, to us, and there's nothing in between that could like muddy the waters
to
about
us.
the
What
quality
you
of
said? What did you said? To us,
the
before
chain
to
of
us.
for like
You
the
said-
pottery or like you know,
What's
like
the pottery?
like the pieces of like, you know, pots and pans that like people leave behind when they move,
Ah,
or
okay,
the
yeah, of
writings
course.
that you know, just like the archaeological stuff. So the chain of
Yeah.
custody between us and the primary evidence is quite short. There's not a lot to verify. But if you're relying on
How
oral
much?
tradition, there's like one or two steps. If you're relying on oral tradition from 3,400 years ago, there's going to be what 150 generations worth of people that you have to verify that each one of them kept the story intact. And so it's just the evidence that you're going to present is going to be weaker, because you never even knew your great-great-grandfather. How do you know that he was saying the
Yeah.
same thing that you heard from your father?
Okay, so the first thing, I know he existed because I am born. But second thing, the most important
sure,
one.
of course he existed. You don't know what he said.
Thank you. No, okay, but it's easier when you know there's 600,000 people saw it. I'm not the
You
only
don't
one.
know
The
that.
20
That's an
million people.
assumption. That's the
What?
legend. That's what you don't know.
Okay, so there's 20 million people, 20 million Jews now around this area. That they are mostly from the same. You know that. Okay, so you're not saying that the Jews didn't exist. You go against the fact that there's 3 million Jews in Egypt. You're saying this
I'm an
didn't happen.
anti-realist.
I think it's pretty clear
I'm a
that
quietist.
Jews exist.
I'm not saying Jews didn't exist. I'm trying to know what are you talking about. What do you think? You said that there was no 3 million people. I thought we was on the same line about saying there were 3 million people. Now you're saying there wasn't. So you just tell
No,
me
so
where
we don't think that the Exodus happened.
Okay, this has
Look,
nothing to do. Well, my point is there is a 20 million Jews right now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah? I'm saying there's a 20 million people now, and all of them are coming from the same 3 million people that used to sell this thing, and each one
No, but see,
passed their
that's
knowledge.
what we don't agree with. Look, so if
What we don't agree.
if I'm correct, Justin, and correct me on my history, my understanding is that like the ethnogenesis of like Jewish, of, you know, what you might call as the like the descendants of Hebrews, this was around 3,000 years ago or so, perhaps with the kingdom of David, or the kingdom of David, and there were probably two separate kingdoms that then merged into one at a later date.
Yeah.
But so the founding population of this people group, of like the Jewish people, that started not in Egypt. The idea, and we don't know how many it would have been, but it would have been, you know, some fairly large group of people who lived in the Levant. And that was the ethnogenesis of the Jewish people who, you know, claimed ancestry with the Hebrews.
When this happened, when exactly
Like,
this happened?
Perhaps
according to you?
3,000 years ago. Perhaps 3,000 years ago.
Okay, so according to Torah, the mountain Sinai happened 3,300 years ago. So we're talking about 300 years
I'm
difference.
aware.
That's what he's saying.
No, what I'm saying is
Yeah,
that
I got. I know.
the claims of the Exodus, we don't think that happened. We think that those stories were produced, or
When?
not
So
intentionally
if they were produced,
manufactured,
when they
but
was produced?
those stories were produced over, say, a 500-year period from the ethnogenesis of the Jewish people around 3,000 years ago to around 2,500 years ago when these things were codified.
I mean, if you're saying so, my evidence will be stronger because your evidence is something you found like. Okay, I lost the point. But let's say I have a Talmud, right? Talmud is something that written 2,000 years ago, and I have the evidence that it's written 500 years before Christ, and I have the evidence for it's known thing.
I'm sorry,
And
what
it
did you
used to
call
be
him?
Talmud. You know what's Talmud?
No, what did
The
you call?
Babylonian Talmud.
What did you just call the individual?
I said 500 years before Christ.
Who's Christ? You're not Christian.
Yeah,
I think he's just using BC.
Yeah, BC is before Christ. I'm just not.
Gotcha.
This is what BC stands for, right? Okay, thank you.
No,
so
it's
Isn't
before
it?
Common Era.
No, it's BCE.
No, it's not.
You
BC
can
is
use
before
You
Christ.
can use BC for before Christ, but no one uses that anymore. It's just BCE.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's
Thank
okay.
you for English
It's
lesson.
just
I
an
don't know
old
it.
school. It's an old school formulation.
Okay, so my point is that Talmud, Babylonian Talmud, that we know existed, and we know this has existed the same way we see it right now, 500 years BC. We know it because we see Babylonian Talmud like every 100 years. They found it in 1700,
Wait,
1600,
are you
1500,
saying that the
1400.
Talmud existed in 500 BCE?
Yeah.
It
Or
literally
no, Mishnah.
couldn't have.
I'm sorry. Mishnah and then Talmud is like 300
Again,
years after. I'm sorry.
That's a legend.
No, it's not a
The
legend.
documents that we have for the Talmud don't predate the 2nd century after Christ, CE. We have no documents from before the 1st century for the Talmud. In fact, according to legend, it wasn't even written down until after Hadrian decimated the Jewish population and renamed their land Palestine. It was an oral tradition.
No, you're misconcepting because you talk about Mishnah. Mishnah used to not be written down. When Talmud is the rabbis is set down to argue about Mishnah, which like the practical rules. So switching these two things.
Right,
up
but
and down.
what I'm saying is we have no documents from that era. Any
Okay, so
claim
let's
that's why so much of it is written in Aramaic, and we have no actual like proper biblical Hebrew text of the Talmud. They're all in.
No, it's not. It's not true.
Okay, then find me one manuscript that's in Paleo Hebrew.
No, it's not true because it's not true because
true.
it's mentioned. The Babylonian Talmud mentioning the Torah, which is written in Hebrew, and they didn't translate Torah to Aramaic. So in Babylonian Talmud that found whatever years ago,
actual rabbi, follow along. I don't know. You know when I say proper Hebrew, I'm talking about Hebrew before the Aramaic letters were introduced. The Hebrew the Hebrew that your Masoretic text is written in, are using Aramaic letters. Hebrew had their own letters prior to the Babylonian captivity. And they started to reinstitute that language during the Hasmonean dynasty. What we would expect if there were like Talmudic writings during the Hasmonean period, we would expect to find some of them in actual proper Hebrew script, which was resurrected during the Hasmonean period.
Also, so I mean, just as far as dating is concerned, so the Babylonian Talmud definitively depends on the Jerusalem Talmud. And the Jerusalem Talmud includes description.
Babylonian Talmud never mentioned Jerusalem Talmud. The quotes from Jerusalem Talmud. It says in a couple places that it did existed, and like one rabbi traveled from Babylonia to Jerusalem and saw different Talmudists. The one thing proves that the other one existed, but never mentioned any idea from one Talmud.
I mean, scholars disagree with that, right?
Which one? No, I'm saying as a guy who learned Talmud, I learned Talmud, and I just know that they're not mentioning the questions. They're not crossing questions. Like if someone
So do
asks
you agree
something
that
Babylonia,
do you agree that the Jerusalem Talmud couldn't have been composed any earlier than say 400 AD?
AD is after.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I believe there was I don't know. I didn't write the Jewish books about saying when it was composed, but I believe Wikipedia says.
Yeah, Wikipedia says that the Jerusalem Talmud was written after 359 AD, because of the historical stuff that they mention. And then Wikipedia also says that the Babylonian Talmud depends on the Jerusalem Talmud. So
And
it
to be
seems like
fair,
the Babylonian Talmud has
Jerusalem
to have.
the Jerusalem Talmud is supposed to be the earliest portion.
I'm sorry. I had a 20% unfollowed mark. What you said?
Go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I missed like 5 seconds because I had a notification that I have 20% on my phone.
So the point is that if we're agreeing with the history as presented on Wikipedia, which maybe we should, because none of us are historians except maybe Justin, sort of, kind of, then it's just the case that like the Babylonian Talmud was written like 500 years, like 500 AD or 600 AD or something like this.
I mean, it's weird to
or
say
at least
that
it was finished by it was at least finished by then.
It's weird to me to say because I learned the Talmud. I never saw in the Babylonian Talmud mentioning about the Jerusalem Talmud, except from the fact that like there's a story about one rabbi who traveled from Babylonia to Jerusalem and saw people learning and asking questions, answering answers. But there's no proof that this is the future Jerusalem Talmud. It's just weird.
So,
I want to know the data about
actual
Wikipedia.
Rabbi, I just want to recenter the conversation because talking about the Talmud
For
is
sure.
talking about the fan fiction about the thing that's already not true. It's like if somebody
Okay, but
created
what
a
my
book
point
about
was
actual no, just I'm not done. So referencing the Talmud is like saying I wrote this fan fiction about the Marvel comic series. It doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything for you. It's fan fiction about something that we already don't believe in is true. So it's not meaningful to this conversation. I don't want it to go into a weird haze of conversation that the audience can't follow. That doesn't actually get us to a point where like your holy book just isn't true. Like for example, like your holy book is full of crazy contradictions. Like God is just in all of his ways, Deuteronomy 32:4. Yet like he kills people for random accidental offenses. Like in 1 Kings 20, there's a guy that gets eaten by a lion. Do you remember what his offense was?
I'm sorry. I wanted to answer to your question. The whole thing why we brought the Babylonian Talmud is I was answering to Dr. Bliss. Dr. Bliss said that we have the more data, and my point was to say that our data it goes from Babylonian Talmud before, because Babylonian Talmud is something that's scripted when we know that it existed at least 500 years after BC, whatever, after the count. So our knowledge, Jewish knowledge, coming from this area and before, we can say that what says in Babylonian Talmud, it's true. It existed. It wasn't created like in 1,000 years after that. It at least was made in 500 years. And from this, we can stand and talk about something that before happened.
We don't agree on that, and it's irrelevant when it was created because it's still just fan fiction. It's not relevant to the discussion. Which is more authoritative, the Bible or the Bible or the Talmud? Which has got more authority?
Okay. This is not just not true. Like, let's say, how do you know that
try to
Napoleon
pay
War?
attention, actual Rabbi. Which is more authoritative, the Bible or the Talmud?
Authoritative? What do you mean authoritative? What does
Which
this
is
word
more
mean?
authoritative?
I'm sorry. What authoritative? Yeah. Can you explain what it means?
Was one of them spoken by God?
Yeah, the Torah. It was written by
Okay,
Moses.
so if it was
one.
spoken by God, that means God's words are higher. They're on a higher level than man's words. We agree, right?
Yeah. Okay, I'll agree with this.
Okay, so that means the Bible, your Hebrew Bible, is more authoritative than the Talmud, which means it doesn't matter what the Talmud says. If the Bible isn't true, the Talmud's irrelevant.
Okay, true. Right. I'll agree with this.
Okay, so that's why arguing about the Talmud is useless, because Like there's 100 things about the Talmud we can argue about, but none of it's relevant. No one here in the audience has most likely read much of the Talmud, and we're just going to bore everybody. But most people here are pretty familiar with the Hebrew
Okay,
Bible, which is why
no problem.
that's why I started out with something really easy on you, which is there's a straight contradiction in like the properties of God when you look at the Hebrew Bible. If God is all just, why does he execute people who don't even know that they're doing anything wrong for minor infractions?
You talking about certain place, or you talking about asking question in general, like why people
Well,
die,
no, I didn't
or
ask
we
why
talking
people
about a certain
died.
story?
I mentioned a specific story in 1 Kings chapter 20, verse 35 and 36. Are you aware of the guy that God had eaten by a lion?
Um, I mean, you're putting me in a hard place
I
because
know,
you want me
I'm
to
forcing you
know.
to read your Hebrew Bible. I know, it's typical.
No,
Okay, so
it's
there's a
just so big,
passage
and
in the Hebrew Bible. It's not that big. The Talmud's gigantic. If you can read the Talmud, you can read the Hebrew Bible. So what we find in this story are there's two prophets, right? And it says, the command of the Lord, at the command of the Lord, a certain member of a company of prophets said to another, meaning to another prophet, strike me. So one prophet goes to another and basically just says, hit me, daddy. And then he's like, no, 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 no. The man refused to strike him because he's a normal human being. If some guy walks up to you and says, hit me, the appropriate response should be, no, I'm not going to hit you. That's weird. And then it says, then he said to him, because you have not obeyed the voice of the Lord, as soon as you have left me, a lion will kill you. And then when he left him, a lion met him and killed him. So God had a guy mauled by a lion for acting in another individual's best wishes, I guess you would say, best intent.
Okay.
Do you think that's a normal thing to do?
Each case should be viewed individually, but what I want
I
to
mean,
say, last
this
time
is an
was
individual case. That's why I'm asking you about it. Let's view this individual case.
okay. So if I say it's not justful, what do you want? What's your point? Because
Well,
I
my
think I have an
point
answer
is,
for your point.
my point is that the Hebrew Bible is full of contradictory details. Like I
It's
have
not
no reason to,
contradiction. It's just
I have no
what you're
reason
saying
to,
is not
I have no
contradictions.
reason to believe that this God is real, being that his properties contradict his behavior. Unless you think having people torn apart by lions for minor infractions that you not even against your own law is cool.
I don't think it's cool. I think that I have no idea what's the God's plan about each person on earth. Some people are meant to die at some age by the
By
giant
lions?
plan of God. Maybe. I mean,
Is it just
it's
though?
not. Maybe.
Did the punishment fit the crime?
No. My point is to say that I have
But
no
hold
idea
on.
about.
Did the punishment fit
Okay.
the crime in this instance?
It doesn't look for me, but it may look for
Yeah, I
God.
know. Yeah, no rational human being would think that.
Yeah, but like between you and
Yeah.
God, who's right? You know, you don't think it's just, God thinks it's just. Who's right?
No, I don't think. I think it's just. I think it's just
Oh.
that I just don't know the explanation. No, the way it looks is unjustful, but God has a plan. I'll give you an example. If you see the robot play chess and play all perfect moves, and at some point he sacrificed a pawn, and you ask why he does this, but you cannot understand the logic
So God
behind
had to
this.
sacrifice this guy?
No, I don't say sacrifice, but in his giant plan, this guy was supposed to be killed.
So
At
humans are
this
just
moment.
expendable. Why if he had to die, why did God have to have him eaten by lions? Why couldn't God just snap his fingers and give him a painless death?
Am I God? I have no idea. Maybe there's a plan.
I know.
There's a
I
plan
know you don't
behind.
have any idea because it's a ridiculous storybook. These are fairy tales. They're not true.
No,
That's the point.
No, but I said the God has plan. I have no idea about what the plan is. And he asked me why he do it again. I said I have no idea why he did it, but I know that God has a plan, and I have no idea because what's the plan is because the way the computer he sacrificed the plan, I have no idea why he does it. The same way God does something, I have no idea why he does it.
You have no idea that God has a plan. You only think that he has a plan.
No,
That's
I
something
know.
you believe. That's not something that you know. Because
Yeah, that's a part of a belief, right?
Because what you believe is not what you know. You're taking this stuff on faith, not
sure.
on knowledge. But I mean,
Yeah,
there are other passages. Let me give you an example. Okay, so I'm going to lay out, because we're talking about justice here. This is a really big concept in the Hebrew Bible: justice and righteousness. If
Okay, so let me okay, let's me
if you're
okay.
are you married,
Go.
Rabbi?
I'm not yet.
Okay, let's imagine
I'm
that you
20.
are married. Let's imagine you're married, right? Wait, you're
Okay.
20 and you already finished yeshiva?
Yeah, I did. It takes 6 years. After 13, 6 years is 19.
Gotcha.
I mean,
So
it
never mind.
different
I
type of
didn't know
Judaism.
what kind of yeshiva you were. Never mind. Now you're in like the Mormon seminary type. Okay, so basically, here's the scenario, right? You're married, okay? Your wife commits adultery on you, right? So the judge comes in, because remember we're talking about the laws in Judaism. You're not allowed to commit adultery in Judaism. Judge comes in and says, because you committed adultery, we're just going to call her wife, because you committed adultery, wife, here's the punishment. I'm going to have your husband raped as punishment for the crime, and you can't do anything about it. Is that a fair punishment?
No.
No? Why not? Why isn't that a fair punishment?
What's your point? It's not good. It's just it's not fair because it doesn't seem like the guy who did something bad in the end like had a punishment. It's not a punishment. When you punch someone in the face for doing nothing, it's not a punishment.
So okay, so it's if the person who didn't do the crime gets punished, that's called injustice, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when the person who does the crime gets punished, that is called justice, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So when God says in Deuteronomy that he's just in all of his ways, then you just have to commit to the idea that it's okay to punish innocent parties for the crimes of the guilty, because that's exactly what he does to David and 10 of his wives. He says, after the Bathsheba incident, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I would do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. So God does, in chapter 16, God has 10 of David's wives sexually assaulted on top of the palace. Was that justice?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's my point, but the stance of what it says in Genesis, in the first book, after the Eve committed Eve and Adam and Eve sin, so the God says that the wife's life gonna be dependent on her husband. Is it true?
We're in 2 Samuel.
This is a really long roundabout way of saying no, it's not just, right?
Okay, my point stands the same. My point
Are you
stands the same.
defending the rape penalty?
This particular story, just this particular story. I'm not defending anyone. I'm saying, okay, so I wanted to claim this before.
But was this justified? Because when you were in the analogy, all of a sudden it wasn't justified. But now that you're not in the analogy, you can't tell me if it was justified or not. So we're just waiting for an answer.
Because okay, I'll answer. Analogy, you asked me a question. I, as an individual living in the world, have rules. I say, okay, even if there are no rules, but I say, in my opinion, some things are justified, some things are not justified. And
Yeah,
I'm
we're
saying
asking
you
if
my
this is
honest
justified,
opinion.
though.
Okay, listen to my point. My point is like this: God has a purpose for each person.
We'll try this
person
again.
dies.
We're asking for a yes or no. Was this particular situation where God killed an innocent person, actually, or raped 10 innocent ladies, was that justice? Can we call that justice? You can say yes, no, or maybe, and then you can pontificate on your answer, but it has to start with a yes, no, or maybe.
For me, no. For God, yes. Is this an answer? And I can explain why.
So justice is relative?
No.
You believe in relative morals?
No. I mean, if
morals are relative, that's how you can get to this position. But you can't say that there's two different justices. God can't have one form of objective justice and then us down here with another form of objective justice.
If father punishes his child in front of a crowd and everyone's screaming why he does this, I mean, they could be right about it's not good always to punish someone, but from father's perspective, he's truly right. But it's not my point. I want to say something.
I didn't actually hear an answer. So just
That's
to be
because
clear,
I'm trying to start
it sounds like
I'm starting
what you're
to
trying
answer
to
you.
what you're trying to say is I don't want to answer the question.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying to answer the question like fifth time, and
All right,
every time you ask me,
so to be
say yes
clear,
or no.
the answer to the question is either yes, no, or I don't know. Those are the options. So yes, no, or I don't
No,
know.
the
Was
answer is
this
longer than one
justified?
word.
Was this justified?
If every question could be answered with yes or no, the philosophy would not start. Let me say something, please.
Well, it can be answered with a yes or no because it's strictly a yes or no question. Now you can
It's in your
elaborate
word. I'm
on
trying-
your answers after you give us the yes or the no. You can say yes because, you can say no because, you can say I don't know because, but your answer has to start with a yes, no, I don't know, maybe.
Okay, would you be happy if I say yes and then I explain why?
Yes, then is perfectly fine. Okay, so the answer is yes, it is justified. Now give me the dumb theodicy about how you can't know anything, you just have to take God's beatings.
Okay, so you just correct. Okay, either way. Okay, so there's my explanation. According to Jewish belief, God have a plan for each person. Each person is born to do something in this world, and he dies when his job has been done. This is the part of a giant God's plan. Every person have a route. Every person have a list of things to do, and when he finished this list, he's dying. And dying is not a punishment. Dying
I'm sorry,
is just
I don't know if you're lost, if you got concussed on the way in, maybe your curls are too tight, but the problem that you have is you're not addressing what I actually said. I didn't talk about death. Did I say anything about death?
I disavow. Hold on. That was
I'm
kind
a
of weird.
quietist about that.
What about what?
No, I'm sorry. Please continue. We'll
Go
address it
ahead.
Okay. I said there's 2 key points that you should hold in your head to understand. First one is the fact that
we need you to address the wives.
Okay, so there's 2 points. First point is the person dies not because of it's not a punishment, but this is the finishing of his job. And the second point is the fact, I'm sorry,
the wives.
It's hard to hold a conversation for an hour. Let me. I slipped. The second point is the fact that God has a plan, and because it's infinitely smart, I, not infinitely smart, cannot understand His plan in full. So of course there are going to be questions why this happened and why that happened. But I don't think that I need to know the answer to all your questions because I'm not infinitely smart.
So the answer to the question then is I don't know.
I don't know why this happened, but I know this justified because God has a plan, and this is my belief.
So then if God's justice is perfect, that means it's just to punish people who didn't commit their crimes.
It's not true. It's like to say that the perfect computer can win a chess match without losing one piece. It's
100% true. Is God a computer?
No, but I'm saying computer, for example, for something perfect. Is God a
computer? Can God be wrong about anything? Okay, so if God can't be wrong about anything, and He knows what perfect justice is, and we're supposed to mimic God, we're supposed to have His perfect justice. Then what that means?
We don't need to mimic the God's
what that means is that it's okay to punish innocent parties.
It's not true. We don't need to mimic the God's thing because we are not God.
So you don't.
We are mimicking the law.
So God doesn't want you to be just like Him. God said, "Be holy because I'm holy." So you don't want to be like God.
I don't want to be like God. Yeah, this is stupid.
So you disavow God's command to be holy?
No, this command. Let me say what I want to say. God can do something. And it's going to be justified.
I've seen Christians reject the commands of God before, but I'm not used to Hebrews and Jews doing it.
I didn't. I just said that we don't need to.
They accept the commands of God, so you don't want to be holy like God is holy.
It has nothing to do with this. By doing not the same thing as God did is not make you not the same holy as God. God gives us a command, things we should do. We don't need to mimic God in everything. I mean, God created death. We need to create death the same way for us to be the same holy as God. This is stupid. No, God gives us the rules to act.
there's nothing in the Hebrew Bible that would lead one to believe that there's more than one form of justice where God can have his justice and you've got your own justice.
Can you say that what I said before is just true and there's no question that you asked before after I'm saying that? You just
Yeah,
jump to
I
something
know
else.
you're just like spitting divine command theory, but none of this is actually in the Hebrew Bible except for the book
I
of
don't know
Job. The book
divine
of
com- I
Job
don't know
is
divine command.
absolutely horrible. Divine command theory is what you're positing right now, which is if God tells you to do it, then it must be just because God tells you to do it.
Yeah, it's logical because God
Okay,
about the
so
day-to-day
then
life.
if
There's
God told you
613
that you're
rules.
going to be the instrument of, so if God told you there's a woman over here that needs to be raped because her husband committed adultery, you would have to do it, wouldn't you?
I mean, he would never ask me to do this.
He
That's
did.
why I didn't.
He had Absalom rape 10 of David's wives, so he absolutely would. So the question is, if God did the same thing that he did in the past, and you were the instrument of the raping, wouldn't it be right for you to obey?
Yes, it would be right, but this is a hypothetical question.
There
It's
you
stupid
go.
hypothetical
And
question.
those are
but it
that's
actually
the
happened, though.
dangers of
How is
your
it-
religion.
How is it hypothetical if it actually happened? How could a thing that happened in the text be a hypothetical?
No, he asked me if God comes today to me and said to rape someone, although it's against his rules what he said before. He asked me what I would have done. Okay, first one, I'm not a prophecy, so I probably should not do something against the Torah. This is why I said to you before that this would never happen because God would not tell me to do something against his Torah.
So was it against his
This is
Torah
a
when he
hypothetical
commanded that
question.
for David's wives?
He was a prophet. He was a prophet. It's still different.
If you were a prophet, would that make it okay?
It's a hypothetical question.
I know.
So is that a
And
yes?
and you're running
About
from it.
me, if I would be a prophecy, I mean, every my step would be on a God's will, and one day He'll come to me and said to me to do some horrible stuff. I mean, this is just untrue, but okay, it just would never happen. But if this hypothetically would have happened in some obscure case, this would have been the right thing to do. But this
Okay,
would
that's
never happen.
insane.
It's crazy that you said it would never happen when we just read a passage where it literally happened. And, I
This is
forgot.
no.
You disavow what the Bible actually says. You don't believe in it.
No, it's not true. What?
Oh,
I never
so
said it.
did the story in 2 Samuel chapter 12 actually happen then?
About the rape, the one you brought before?
Did it happen? Is it a
Yeah,
true
it did
story?
happen.
That means this
Yeah.
is absolutely something that God would do then.
He did, not would do. Okay, he did.
He
It's
did do
different.
it.
You're asking. Okay, so I asked about this. That God has a plan, and we not understanding why He does this. But the
He's
fact
stuck
that
in the
it's
loop.
happening.
He can't get out of it. He's stuck in the loop.
No, I'm answering you the same question. I am answering the same answers I did before, and I think I explained them pretty
I
good.
know,
You-
and they
you
were
asked
actually
me
really
the same
bad
question.
answers the first time. That's why we went into divine command theory to show how bad of an answer it is.
I didn't understand how it's a bad answer, so maybe we can.
I
argue
know
about
you
that.
didn't
I think the
understand.
audience understood how it was a bad answer. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
It's never. It's never a proof to something. If I tell you something smart and most people not understand it and say this is stupid, it not make it stupid.
Well, if you have to affirm, if the only way to believe in God is by affirming like things that are morally monstrous, I mean, I'm just not going to do that.
Just a quick question: if 600,000 people thought it was dumb, is it dumb?
What? Compared? No, it's not. Sorry, I just thought about a question. If it's really is right and 600,000 people say it's wrong, it doesn't make it wrong. If 600,000 people say 2 + 2 is 5, it doesn't make it 5. It doesn't make it wrong. It doesn't
I
make it
agree.
right, although they say this. So when the vote never dictates the reality. So by voting, what are you trying to say?
You're right. You're right. If 600,000 people say something crazy, that doesn't make it true.
No, it's okay. So this is that's why I started the whole argument by saying that the scientific way to prove something is by having witnesses that documented it in some way, right? That's why I started. If I would not say that the first phrase when I
all
came
the way
here,
back to the
there would not
beginning.
be-
We have no witnesses. There's no witnesses.
Sorry, that was my fault. I was just doing a bit.
Okay, and I answered the question.
That's what you get for doing a bit.
I know. Look, I can't resist the urge to do the bit.
Not all crimes can be forgiven.
Wow, that's a very cool silence.
All right, well, actual Rabbi, thanks for being here.
Yeah. Next guest,
Okay,
we have
thank you. Also, I
Justin.
enjoyed. I enjoyed.
Yeah, next guest, we have Justin. Justin, you can't go around telling Jews that their curls are too tight.
I can't when they're doing rape apologetics.
No.
No, you can't. No.
Listen,
Yeah,
Justin, we
you're
love
probably
you,
right on that
and
one.
we want the best for you and your moral character. You shouldn't attack people for their features.
Well, I wasn't saying there was anything wrong with him. I'm just saying maybe he curled him too tight. Have you ever seen?
No, you can't do it, Justin. Justin, you can't do it.
Just like think about applying that to like some other group, right? You gotta.
Bad, Justin.
I disavow. Don't do it again.
It's
okay,
fair.
let's go to the next guest.
Tut. I won't do it again. Let me grab the super chats before we get buried. Jess, thank you for the $5 super chat. I mean, you guys are right. I'm the asshole here. Jess says, Ian, it's been months.
Well, to be fair, he was doing rape apologia, but like that doesn't mean
Well-
that it doesn't mean that it's okay.
Yeah. I agree. It's been months, and I still can't get over Wattpad schmutz. What's this?
What does that mean?
I told there's this guy who was being like turbo bad faith, and he was like misinterpreting what I was saying. He was like, "What you're like threatening to like unalive me? You want me to like unalive myself?" And I told him, "Buddy, if you took your own life, I would read your like self unaliving note like it was Wattpad smut." It's a banger line. Gosh, tough crowd. It's a good line.
I don't know what Wattpad means.
Okay. It's like a fanfic website, and people write like smut on that website.
Oh, this is like terminally online stuff, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
You'd have to be in the generation.
I'm not. Dave, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, for the Unholy Trinity's efforts, this particular thanks is to Ian for making it possible to enjoy Philbroism. Actually, I can agree on this. How do so many of them combine lethargy and word vomit? Is it part of curriculum?
I think like the key to being like a Philbro, I don't know, I've thought about this. I have thoughts on this. I think it would take too much of a derail. I do think that the word Philbro gets like thrown around a bit too frequently, and I'm not sure what phenomena it's like trying to pick out. Like, I think that there's like problems, right? If you don't understand philosophy and you're just like confusedly like mumbling through using words like willy-nilly, I think that that's bad. Or if like alternatively, if you're like way like super deep in the literature and you're trying to just like lit gap people by like obscuring the point and like burying them in like philosopho jargon, I also think that's bad. But I do think the word gets thrown around probably more than it should, right? Like, I don't think every time somebody brings up philosophy that makes them like a Philbro.
So what it's trying to capture is when people, even if they actually do know the philosophy, if they're incapable of explaining it to a normal person,
Sure.
without just like jargon dumping or reference dumping or whatever, then they really don't understand it deeply. Like Danny is a good example of somebody who I wouldn't call a Philbro, despite being really deep in the literature, being able to, like knowing names, knowing references, knowing all of the jargon, understanding what people say. Danny will explain it to a normal person, like a normal person. It doesn't require the, all of the jargon and stuff. So that's, I think that, so think of Danny and then think of Danny's opposite. That's the Philbro.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
I've always envisioned the Philbro being kind of like the bro science guys at the gym that don't actually know any science.
It's the exact same thing. It's like, you have to get the kinestase and the ATP to maximize your bicep trilateral gain. Like, it's like
that's
that.
That's why I inject like straight ATP every day.
Exactly.
You got to get the ATP to the muscles.
I am the cheese says actual rabbi is making a ridiculous argument. Thousands of people document their experience going to the Super Bowl. For many, it is their Mount Sinai. I gotta be honest. If the Browns went to the Super Bowl, the amount of writings just from that one event would go for the next 10,000 years. Cleveland might self-destruct.
My girlfriend told me that some really solid evidence for God is that the Pope is a White Sox fan. You know, he's had faith in the White Sox all these years.
Proof
It's
you can believe in
unwavering.
anything. Bartholomew, thank you for the super chat, says we know about A. Nasir selling subpar copper because someone wrote it down, but no one thought to write down parting of an entire sea. Weird. Yeah, that's such a good point. We've got so many historical documents of mundane details. Like one of the reasons why we know that Nebuchadnezzar wasn't the father of Belshazzar, it was Nabonidus, because we have palace receipts from offerings and givings from, in fact, the son of the king, the son of Nabonidus, Belshazzar, because they literally kept records of everybody who brought anything to the temple. I mean, they were writing all kinds of shit down. You sold a cattle, you're getting a receipt in clay, baby. Dr. David says that scripture of the prophet eaten by a lion was used in the shrine. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't even know what the shrine is. I used to attend. Oh, I see now. To teach about total obedience to God. Doug wouldn't, right? Doug would never, Dr. David, Doug would never do it. Doug is pro-critical thinking, friends. And Bryce Aroni, thank you again for the super chat. Big W, my friend, says, we don't need to know the entirety of God's plan in order to evaluate whether a behavior is just or unjust. Yeah, well, I mean, even Genesis 3:22 says that we know right and wrong now. All we have is all we have to have is a definition of justice. I agree. It doesn't matter what his plan is. That can also be just or unjust. Yeah, to me, like the moral argument is not necessarily equivalent to the justice argument. Like justice is a firm idea. Like we know what justice is. But yeah, if you're acting unjustly, we would say you'd be acting immorally, though.
Mhm, yeah.
Sorry, I want to read a comment. If we're done with that super chat, because I think that this comment's lovely from Atheist Slayer. Their comment is donating money to the literal Antichrist Musketeers is crazy work. Also, that's a great name.
Yeah, thank you. That's
I
yeah,
love
that's a
Like
banger
the
name.
Antichrist Musketeers, that's great.
Yeah, we should like trademark that. We should start
Absolutely.
profit. We should start selling
writing
just
this
because of
down.
this guy, Atheist
Right?
Slayer, who for some reason would never debate anyone on this panel. Holy shit, would he never debate any of us? We should definitely take that, turn it into a T-shirt, and then sell it.
In fact, we should make that like the name of our, or we should like make that a like an emoji or something for our YouTube membership. Which, by the way, we're launching. So consider getting your YouTube membership.
I
it's
literally
launched?
did it during the course of this discussion. We now have YouTube memberships launched with 4 emojis. We can upload more emojis as we get members.
And one of them should be some sort of Antichrist Musketeer.
The first one was Photon Juice, obviously.
Of course. As required.
Obviously. We will add more, friends. Tom Roy, thank you so much for the $5 Canadian super chat. Says Torah denies oral law. I agree. Deuteronomy 4:2, 28, 58 forbids additions. Josiah 2 Kings 22 revived faith from text. Judges 2:10 shows no oral chain. Tom, I'm actually in agreement with you. I don't waste a lot of time on this argument, but I think if this whole nonsense in Pirkei Avot about building the fence around the Torah, to me, I don't see the difference between this and adding to the law. Deuteronomy 4:2 says not to add or to subtract anything from the law. So to me, I think the oral law is just it's just nonsense. Carnage Asada, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, bro thinks it's an innocent woman's job to get assaulted in furtherance of her husband's character development and a satisfying narrative arc. Well, listen, you can't question God. That's just the way it has to be.
Yeah.
I wanted to turn around on him and do the alternative and say, well, what if it was you that have to get raped for your wife's crime? And we just didn't get that far yet. But I would imagine he'd have he would feel differently about that. I don't think he'd like to be the one getting, taken up to the top of the palace, as they say.
Yeah, kind of by definition, right? You know, that's kind of like within the nature of that thing is that
if
it's
he did want
unwanted.
it, then it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be that, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole business.
Well, that could be a kink. You never know. I don't.
Well, no, but then you would want it, and then it's not.
Yeah, it's
then
like,
it wouldn't
a
be
performance. Yeah.
Yeah. Fair point. Bartholomew says phenomena do.
No, it's phenomenon. Do.
It's a.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize. I don't have that artistic flair to recognize these things when they're looking at me in the face. And last one from Eli Johnson. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Friend says, as a philosophy enthusiast, I thank Ian for the brief philosophy apologetics. Philosophy, when properly employed, is a beautiful tool. And I have to say, I like philosophy on Ian's live stream because Ian actually is able to wade through it without doing all the weird semantic pettifogging and obscuring and using definitions improperly. And he uses real people words rather than just trying to use words that make you sound smart. Most of the people up here doing philosophy just want to sound smart, and they think if I use a bunch of words nobody knows, they'll think I won. That's not how that works.
If I ask them questions about their epistemology or ontology, then hopefully they'll be so confused that I'll be able to declare that there's no logic on the atheist worldview. You know, maybe if I ask them about the phenomenology of their epistemology, of their meta-ethical epistemology, maybe they'll get so confused by what I'm asking that I'll be able to belittle them for their intelligence, and maybe then I'll win some souls for Christ.
Makes perfect sense. We're gonna
Things that haven't happened for 600.
We're going to get Johnny from the queue in just a moment.
Johnny.
There we go.
Great.
Johnny, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am. And yes.
Cool. And which God?
The Christian God.
Sure. And what's the most compelling argument for the Christian God being real?
So my claim is that lifeless matter can't create life, and there has to be a God that transcends space, time, and matter that gives life to lifeless and unconscious matter.
Can you support that claim? That life can't come from non-life? Because that's not a... That's just a claim. Can you support it?
We have free will.
Nice. So if we have free will, then lifeless matter cannot produce life-having matter. We have free will, therefore lifeless matter cannot produce life-having matter. Is that an accurate summary of the argument?
Yeah, so if you're just lifeless matter, then you are just a biological robot. NPC, basically.
Why would it be true that if we have free will, that means that life must only come from life?
Because there has to be a rational soul that animates the flesh and controls and directs its desires.
And why?
Because if you see a woman 10 out of 10 and your only drive is to reproduce, you want to have sex, so what is keeping you from having sex or basically raping her?
My morals.
Not being a monster?
Johnny,
yeah.
Johnny, I'm confused. Do you think that like the brain chemistry is insufficient to explain behavior?
Yeah, you have.
Do you think that even if you could reproduce, even if I made an exact material copy of your brain and then put it in an exact material copy of your body, that it wouldn't do what you would do, like the resulting organism?
It has no soul that animates the flesh.
So
Basically,
what behavior can the brain chemistry not explain that requires a soul?
If you're hungry, you can refuse to eat.
Okay. Do you think that the brain chemistry can't explain that?
I'm not sure. I haven't studied brain chemistry too deeply.
Well, I mean, just think about it. So, like, what does it mean to not eat, right? It means to sit still, right? It means to not go and fetch food. So, and then we can ask, okay, so what is causing the person to not stand up? Well, their brain is not sending signals to their muscles to contract and go stand up and get food. And then you can say, okay, well, why are those muscles not getting the nerve signals from the brain? Well, the nerve signals from the brain are not getting their nerve signals because they're not getting other signals from the brain, and so on. It just seems like you can always find like a causal chain back to explain whatever behavior back to the brain.
Yeah, but where do those signals come from? There has to be a rational soul, immaterial, that directs the material.
Look, so it sounds like you're saying that there must be some kind of there must be some sort of immaterial thing that has a physical cause that changes the brain so that it does something.
Exactly.
But
Exactly. Yep.
which means that you're saying that there's some feature of the brain that does stuff for no physical reason.
Yes.
Which means that you're suggesting that the brain just doesn't follow the laws of physics.
No,
There's some part of it.
I'm just saying that we can consciously direct and control those mechanisms. That we're not bio robots.
How does that work?
NPCs.
Like, I mean, the end result of all of our actions, all of our behaviors, the end results are physical things, like we're contracting muscles or we're doing whatever. Those are the end results, and those can all be traced back to the brain. So where is the place where the soul comes in and magically changes the way the brain is?
Obviously, I can't prove the existence of the soul because it's immaterial.
Well, we're just asking, like, how does it make that leap, right? You're saying that there's like some point where magically it goes from like the physical stuff. There's like a causal chain that goes from physical to non-physical, and it just like makes some like sort of like magic, like fairy tale leap, and then the inverse as well. That there's like some magical leap from soul to brain. And I guess we're just asking, like, when does that happen, and how does that happen?
Obviously, I can't prove that, but I think there has to be a soul.
Can you provide evidence for it? Like, you don't need to prove it, but evidence would be good.
Yeah.
I can just say like some mythological teachings, and some say the seat of the soul is the pineal gland.
Nice.
So does the pineal gland, or I think it's pineal gland, by the way. Does the pineal gland, does it not receive neurochemical inputs from other parts of the brain?
Yes, it does.
So are you suggesting that there are outputs from the pineal gland that are not caused by the inputs from the pineal gland?
Yeah, but how are those input, output, how are they regulated? Who controls
They're
them?
determined by the structure. They're determined by the structure and composition of the pineal gland, right?
Yeah, but can you actively control them?
Can you control your the pineal gland is basically responsible for releasing melatonin and a few other hormones, but its main job is melatonin. So no, you cannot. I mean, I guess you could take melatonin gummies if you wanted to regulate the amount of melatonin in your system, but yeah, no, you can't control. Like there's no conscious control of the pineal gland. No.
But how do you explain neuroplasticity then?
What does that have to do with the pineal gland?
Because it's part of the brain.
Well, sure, but the pineal gland, like,
I thought the pineal gland did like. I thought it did like hormones.
It does melatonin. It does. It's a gland in the brain that releases primarily melatonin and a few other things. But look, neuroplasticity is a feature of the entire brain, and that's also explained neurochemically. Axon pruning, network forming. These are all explained neurochemically.
When let me bring this down to reality. When the doctor hits your kneecap with that little hammer, do you have conscious control over whether your leg does the thing? Could you like will your leg to not do that thing? Or do you kick your leg like a sheep, like all these sheep when the doctor hits it with that little hammer?
I wouldn't deny that it's impossible.
So then there's things that happen in your brain that you have no conscious control over.
Yes, obviously, some mechanisms are automated. They happen without my consent, but I can give some consent. I have some control, some conscious control over my mechanisms that happen in my body. And that must be the work of the soul.
Yeah, but what's the evidence that that doesn't just come about from like a dynamic system or like a feedback loop that happens within your brain?
Because then you would basically be an NPC.
Why?
Biomechanical robot.
Oh, well, that's kind of the view that we take.
Yeah, so everything that happens is predestined, right?
Yeah, I'm a necessitarian.
And you can't have any conscious control over anything that happens in your
No,
life.
you do. It's just that what you do, what you choose to do, is determined by the state of your brain, is determined by the inputs in your environment,
And
which
how do you
leads you
change
to
the
take
state of your
actions that
brain?
change your brain, change your environment, that then further lead you to take different actions based on what you did. It's a
But
feedback loop.
you obviously can change how your brain is wired through neuroplasticity.
Yeah. But the only way you would do that, the only thing that could motivate you to do that is having the brain signals that dispose you to taking those actions.
But then you are denying that there is anything that transcends space, time, and matter.
Based? Also, not
Space,
necessarily,
time, and
but
matter.
based?
Space, time, and matter. You're
Yeah,
denying
I've
that
heard it
there
3
is
times. Is space,
anything
time, and matter gonna like appear out
transcends
of nowhere like Beetlejuice? Like, yeah, I don't think that there's like some supernatural thing out there.
So you're saying you're just a primate that accidentally created itself from nothing.
No, I don't think I said that. Could you summarize what I said that leads to I'll actually write down what you said because it was so unbelievably bad faith that I think I'm actually going to make you defend it. You're claiming that what I'm saying is that I'm a primate that created itself out of nothing. What did I say that would lead to the conclusion, therefore I'm a primate that created himself out of nothing? Or did you like straw man the argument because you actually have no counter argument and you're incredibly bad faith?
No, I would assume you believe in the teachings of Charles Darwin.
I totally agree that I'm an
Is
ape.
Charles Darwin a
What I'm
prophet?
asking, like what did I say that would lead you to believe that I think that I created myself out of nothing? What did I say that would lead to that conclusion?
Because you're claiming you're basically just a biomechanical robot that
And why
can
would that mean that I
regulate-
created myself out of nothing?
Huh?
Why would that mean I created myself out of nothing?
Because you deny there's anything that transcends space, time, and
Why
matter.
would that mean that I
Something
created
immaterial,
myself out
like
of
a soul.
nothing? Or was that just a bad faith straw man?
No, but you're denying it. You're denying
I deny that there's a thing that transcends space, time, and matter, but why does that mean that I think that I created myself out of nothing?
because you have no explanation where you come from.
Prove it. Prove that I have no explanation. Did you ask if I had an explanation, or did you just assume that I think that I created myself out of nothing because you're a bad faith interlocutor?
You deny the existence of a higher power. You're
I do.
basically saying you're not a creation, but you created yourself from nothing.
Nope.
Without
I could have come from something else, couldn't I? You know, I could have come from my parents. They could have came from their parents. But
Yeah.
instead of
And you can
engaging
trace that
intellectually
chain
and
all the way
honestly in
back
the
to the
in the
Big Bang, but
discussion,
what
you
happened
didn't
before
like
the
the
Big
answer.
Bang?
You didn't like that my
Something
position
that
was
transcends
consistent. So
space,
instead, you
time, and
decided
matter.
to put forward the bad faith straw man of our positions that we think we created ourselves out of nothing.
So you're saying that it is possible that there exists a higher power out there,
By higher power, what do you mean? Not a supernatural one.
a creator.
By creator, do you mean like a
Created the human
cause that
race.
leads to an effect, or do you think like by creator do you mean like a mind that created?
Obviously, I think God is a spiritual
When
being.
you ask
that
me,
transcends
sorry, that's not an
space,
answer to
time,
the
and matter.
question. I asked you, when you say creator, do you mean a cause that led to an effect, or do you mean a mind that intentionally brought something about? Which one do you mean when you say creator? When you ask me if I believe in a creator?
Yes, someone that creates with purpose, who came
No, I don't think
before
that we
you.
were created with purpose. No.
So you don't think you were created for any purpose?
Nope. I don't think that specifically like the human species was created for some purpose. Maybe my parents had some purpose when they had kids, you know, maybe they thought that it would improve their lives or whatever, but no. Overall, I don't think humans were created for a purpose.
So I would ask you a personal question. Do you have any meaning to life?
Of course. Lots of it.
And you say there is no necessity for God, for prosperity, even though the faith in a God or gods is the fundament of all civilizations, basically.
Prove it. Prove that it would be impossible to have a civilization without God.
Because all the civilizations, basically all of them, 99% is the number I would now claim out of the air, were created with faith in God or gods.
How does Japan have civilization when they don't believe in God? How does China have civilization when they don't believe in God? How does Thailand have
They
civilization
believe
when they
in
don't believe in
spiritual
God?
beings that transcend
But they
space, time,
don't
and matter.
believe in God. How? How is that possible that they have these? Also, China is secular, but how is it possible that they have
But it doesn't.
these
It doesn't.
civilizations with no
It wasn't
God?
always secular.
I totally agree that it wasn't always secular, but nations like Japan never believed in a god. Nations like Thailand never believed in a god. Nations like all of the Buddhist nations never believed in a god.
They also have in their past some spiritual teaching of
Totally
spiritual
agree.
beings that transcend our material realm.
Totally agree, but it's not a god.
So what is it then? A demon?
They believe in like spiritual stuff. Like Buddhists, for example, believe in like reincarnation or like souls or whatever. But I see no reason why believing in reincarnation or souls would make you good at forming civilization.
Because it dictates that you don't only have to live the desires of your flesh, but you have a rational soul that can control and direct the desires of your flesh. So when you see a woman you want to reproduce with, that you can restrain yourself from having sex with her and you not force yourself on her.
You can get all of that just by having ethics.
Yes, but where do your ethics come from?
My ethics are grounded in logic. The fact that we're agents necessitates that we all have a right to freedom and well-being. The denial of this would be the denial of agency. So
also
logic
confused,
necessitates
like-
that we all have a right to freedom and well-being.
Do you think that the average man is just walking around society like having to stave off raping a woman? Like, do you think that's normal behavior?
No, but if you don't believe in a soul and you think everything is just material, you will live a hedonistic lifestyle. That's just the basic conclusion.
Well, that's
Wouldn't we
not
expect
true
to
at
see that in
all.
statistics?
Hmm?
Wouldn't we expect to see that in the statistics? Wouldn't we expect to see like atheists being like way more likely to be grapists?
I don't know if those statistics might exist. I don't know.
Let's look it up.
I'm concerned about what this guy does when he's out in public now.
No, but what controls your fleshly desires?
I don't have a desire to rape women. That's
Also,
why I'm
yeah, I
concerned
also
right
lack
now.
this desire.
So you're claiming you don't have a sexual desire?
I've never once seen a woman and been like, wow, I'd like to rape her.
And to be clear, sexual desire is not the same as violent sexual desires.
Yeah, of course. Like I've seen people and I've been like, you know, she's hot.
Yes.
But I've never been like, wow, I'm gonna kidnap and grape this person. That's never been a desire that's crossed my mind.
Yeah, I think someone's telling on themselves right now.
No, you're just slandering me.
You said that you walked around with these
I
desires.
can use the same argument for alcohol consumption or gluttony or anything else, nicotine consumption.
If you didn't want to look this bad, you probably should have done that instead.
Huh?
If you didn't want to look as bad as you're currently looking, you probably should have chosen those arguments instead.
Yeah. But what is keeping you from being addicted to nicotine then? What do you have?
How do you know that I'm not?
No, but there are many people who are
cosplaying as Dean.
And if you're saying we're just these
No slander to Dean. I just thought it was funny.
biomechanical processes in our brain, and nicotine hijacks that, and we can't control our desires without a soul.
I don't see why not, right? I can evaluate my priorities. I can say, wow, you know, getting addicted to nicotine, well, that wouldn't be very good for my priorities. You know, it's not good for my health. It would be harder to, it's going to be hard to stop. You know, I'm going to value living to an old age. I can evaluate rationally my priorities and come to the conclusion that this would actually be counterproductive for my happiness.
So how do you explain then the concepts of law and punishment and the presence of human creativity, innovation, and ability to think and make choices without it being a gift from
Those
a
are
higher
two very
power?
different things. So the fact of like law and justice, well, that just comes from the fact that people deserve certain things for certain actions, be it punishment or reward, and that you ought give it to them, and that in order to have a functioning society, you're going to need to give people certain just punishments or just rewards. And that's also a necessary precondition to everybody living a happy life. I mean, absent justice, absent being able to fairly evaluate things, you're unable to fairly evaluate yourself, which means you're unable to have genuine self respect because you would lack self knowledge if you can't evaluate yourself. Therefore, the rejection of justice leads to an absence of self respect.
So you're saying all your justice is basically just subjective.
No? I
And
don't think
there
I
is
said
no
that.
objective right
Yeah.
for
Well, I
prosperity.
think there's an objective set of morals. But maybe you're like a bit turned around. You're the moral relativist here, right? You know, you're the one who needs to subjectively choose to listen to God in order to have ethics. But my ethics are objective. They exist in every worldview. The denial of them is a contradiction.
But what keeps you from doing bad things?
Are you short circuiting? We've already answered this like 6 times. Ethics.
Yeah, and where do your ethics come from? How do you define
He's in like
the
this
origin of
periodic
your
orbit
ethics?
of getting slammed, right? He gets slammed at point A, so then he periodically orbits to point B, gets slammed at point B, so then he orbits back to point A. You know, we've already answered these questions.
Yeah, so where is the origin from your ethics from?
They're necessitated by logic itself. The denial of them is a contradiction.
So what forces any human creature to act logically?
Because it's in their
My
self-interest.
claim is that it has to have a rational soul
Because
that
the denial
dictates
of
the
logic
matter that
presupposes logic.
makes up our flesh.
The denial of logic presupposes logic because you would need to presuppose logic in order to deny anything. And when you create a distinction between what is and what is not, which is necessary for denial, then you necessitate all of the classical laws of logic, like the law of non-contradiction and the law of excluded middle. All of them follow just from claiming that some things are not other things. Maybe I'll ask you a question about your ethics. Why ought I listen to what God says? Let's say I think God exists, but I don't care what he says. What reason would I have to listen to him?
Because he is omniscient. He created the realm we inhabit, and he knows what's best.
Why ought I listen to him? What reason would I have?
Because his intellect is way higher than yours.
But you do think that you can arrive at objective ethics just by using logic, is that correct? You think that they exist in a way that's like independent of this, that if you just know the right thing to do, regardless of whether or not you follow God, then you can actually have objective ethics?
Not if you don't have a rational soul.
What do you mean rational soul?
Like if you look at the lions in Africa, for example, they don't seem to have a rational soul.
It's a great example. Give me a definition. What is a rational soul? Give me a set of properties. I'm looking for like a semantic reduction. That is to say, I'm looking not for like a synonym or for an example. I'm looking for like a definition.
It's something that can control its desires for the prosperity of its civilization, of its species.
I think we have the capability of doing that, and that you can just have that via the brain. That humans are reflective agents. We're capable of reflecting on our desires and then reevaluating them. You can think about the things that you desire. You can feel a desire to
because
eat
you're
that chocolate
conscious.
cake, but then you can remember that what you actually want is to be healthy and that you're trying to lose weight right now. And then you
Right.
can determine based on this rational reflection that takes place solely in the brain that this is not in your best interest to eat that chocolate cake.
Yes, because you're conscious. And your
Yeah,
consciousness must come from a rational soul. That is my claim.
prove it.
Because lifeless matter can't make
And we're full
rational
circle.
decisions.
And
But
How
we're
it's
full
can
circle.
lifeless
life-bearing
matter
matter.
make rational decisions?
Wait, do you think that computers can make rational decisions?
No, because we programmed them to do that.
What do you
But
think a
but they
decision
can't.
is?
Oh, so your answer is actually yes, they can. Because you said no, they
Only
only make
by the
rational decisions
programming
because we
we give it.
program them to. So did you actually mean to say yes, they can?
We program them.
Did you mean yes when you said no? Did you mean yes? Do
I just
computers
said
make
that
rational
our programming.
decisions?
I just said that our programming gave the computers the ability, from our ethical standpoints, our consciousness directed the programming, the wiring of the computer to reflect our ethics and our morals.
Is that a yes or a no?
What was the question again?
Yeah. Do you think that computers can make rational decisions?
No, because they're not conscious. They're just technological algorithms.
So what would be your explanation for the
If
fact
you
that
say
like
we have no
AIs can
soul,
correctly
we
categorize
would be
like
just
kittens and dogs?
biomechanical
Like what would be your
algorithms that can't
explanation
regulate
for the
themselves.
fact that they get this right at such a high rate?
What did you say again?
Yeah, what would be your explanation for the fact that artificial intelligence can indeed classify things correctly at a very high rate?
Because it obviously possesses knowledge that we have fed it.
So, but to be clear, they can make rational decisions.
No, they can't because they're not conscious.
What
They're
do you
just
think?
technological algorithms that
What
we
do you think it
programmed.
means to make a rational decision?
You have to first be conscious about your biomechanical algorithms.
I'm asking
And
for a
then you
definition,
can,
not a
with
necessary
your rational
condition.
soul, control, direct
A
your
definition, not a
biomechanical
necessary
algorithm.
condition. What does it mean to make a rational decision? What does that mean?
To make self-sacrifices for the prosperity of your species and civilization.
Can you make rational decisions that don't exist within a civilization? Like if you got stranded on an island, could you make rational decisions? Because otherwise, your if it's true that you can make rational decisions, then your definition is just blatantly false.
So if I am stranded on an island,
Can you make rational
with,
decisions?
let's say with you together, we
No,
both
not with me.
stranded on
You
an
exist there
island.
alone. Could you make rational decisions?
Yes, I could because I'm conscious.
So then it has nothing at all to do with civilization.
Yeah, but obviously we're not alone on this earth.
So do you want to give like a new definition,
let's say
or
I am with you on an island.
do you want to give a different? Because we just defeated your current definition. Do you want to give a secondary definition for
No, I
rational
just-
decision? Because your first definition
just
for a
wanna- I
rational
just wanna
decision
further
was something that
expand
happens in
your
civilization, but we've established that that's just false because you can make rational decisions that are outside of civilization.
Yes, you can. And that would be like God existing before us, Him alone in eternity. He is a conscious, rational mind, a spirit being that formed all lifeless matter and gave its properties, like a conscious soul.
Yeah, maybe you're just a bit confused, but the question that I asked you was whether or not you want to give a secondary definition, because your first definition of rational decisions failed. Do you want to give a secondary definition? Do you want to do a second
Why would
try?
you say? Why would you say it failed? On what
Because
basis?
your first definition involved specifically civilization, but you agree that rational decisions can happen absent civilization.
Yes, obviously they can.
So then your first definition is wrong.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Why would it be?
Because your definition involves civilization, but you agree that it doesn't necessarily require civilization. So it would both require it and not require it. A contradiction. Contradictions are
because
false.
God
So your definition
existed
is wrong.
before us.
Yep. So your definition
Him
is wrong.
alone in eternity, and he can obviously make conscious, rational decisions. And he created us not to be alone.
Then your definition is wrong.
Maybe I made some minor mistake you're trying to pick me on, yes.
Okay. Fellas, did we want to move to a different guest?
God, please.
I think Johnny's done. Yeah. Thanks for coming up, Johnny. This was conversation was quite droll. Waffle, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Waffle says that one quote was iconic. If you see woman, 10 out of 10. Same, bro, same. Women are lovely. I mean, I agree. All
I see a
women are
woman,
10s.
10 out of 10. Absolute cinema.
Mr. Morpheus, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, we are alive. We're made up of molecules and atoms that are non-living. Boom. Life from non-life. Shut up. Yeah. Like, the reality is life
Is that a
something-
hierarchical cause or a per accidens cause?
It's simultaneous, whatever it is. I mean, it's a fair point, Mr. Morpheus. I mean, the idea that life is almost like a substance or a thing of its own is kind of silly. It's just what molecules do when they get together in a particular fashion. Speaking of fashion, Keith, thank you for the super chat. It says, fashion derived from these silly beliefs like burqas, torture devices, crucifixes, I think you mean, necklaces is no different than the Jewish Orthodox peyote. That's the curly sideburns. And I kind of see what you're saying there. I think it's a gray area, Keith. I understand. And prior to making that comment, that's kind of how I was thinking it. But I think it's when you have I think the problem is when you have a persecuted people group, you kind of have to lay off some of that kind of comments.
I also think that so look, the reason why people in the West generally think that burqas are oppressive is because, we have this view that women should be able to express themselves however they want. And so, but if a woman chooses to wear, completely to cover their head or to wear a niqab and completely cover their body, she's allowed to do that. The issue comes about when people are forced to do things, but nobody's, at least not generally, typically nobody's forced to wear a cross. Typically nobody is forced to have payasas, right? So the comparison is perhaps apt when we're talking about people being forced to wear things, but otherwise they're just choices, right? And I don't think that anybody should have any, and I don't think anybody should be shamed for their fashion choices unless they look ugly.
Well, I think that's what Keith is trying to say. Keith's trying to say that making comments about people's weird religious practices shouldn't be off limits. But I do think that there probably are some limits. For example, if we did it to a Christian, if I said, because Christians traditionally made or wanted their women to wear head coverings, not all Christians. If I said something about a church lady's hat being on too tight, I don't think anyone would have complained. But that being said, traditionally Christians aren't a persecuted people group. I think when you talk about a people group that have been persecuted specifically for the way that they live, I think there's some gray area there that I think maybe you shouldn't touch, and I think I touched it. I kind of hit that third rail I shouldn't have. That's my fault, friends.
No,
but
you're good. I think this is why I like you, Justin, is that you can take accountability.
Yeah, I mean the point is fair on both sides. I can see why people would be divided on this, because there certainly is and you kind of know it when it comes out of your mouth. You kind of sense it that there's something weird about what you just said. Maybe that's cultural conditioning. But to be fair, I think anytime we're talking about a persecuted people group, you stay away from their social traditions. unless they're like harmful, like the specific religious traditions where they're willing to do grape apologetics. That's the kind of
Yeah.
stuff you can dig in on. I don't think you need to make insulting comments about how they do their fashion. That's my problem I have to deal with. Anthony, thank you for the super chat. Anthony says, Doug fixed my erectile dysfunction today, 6th time already. That's impressive. And I don't know if I need any details beyond that, but praise Doug that he's made you rock hard. And Chambermaid, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I'm 100% okay with guys like Johnny believing in God if he didn't have God in his life. There's no telling what horrors he might unleash. Holy crap, this guy needs to be on a watch list. I mean, it's hard to know. It's hard to know. But I am troubled by the amount of people that seem to espouse views that are like, if they didn't have a God watching them or preventing them from doing something, that it would like devolve into some sort of unethical chaos.
Yeah. That's just like not empirically supported, right? You would expect like the regions where the majority of people are atheists, you would expect that they would be running around like savagely, like unaliving each other, brutalizing each other, and that's just not the case. It seems like those behaviors, if they're like prevalent, stem more from things like culture or like socioeconomic conditions or things of that sort, rather than like, well, it's just anything goes, man. We're all atheists. It's just whatever. Like that doesn't really seem to be what happens at all.
Yeah, agreed. Let's grab our next guest, Mr. Bro. Welcome in, Mr. Bro. How you doing? Mr. Bro?
Hello?
There he is. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Sorry, my mic is very bad. I'm 17.
Yeah, sorry. We gotta cut you, bud. 18 or older only on the live stream. I apologize. Those are the rules. We don't talk to children on the live stream. Even if you've got something fun that you think you want to talk about, those are the rules. Let's grab. Should we grab one from the TikTok queue?
Sure.
I think Eric had been waiting the longest, so let's grab Eric. Welcome in, Eric.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. How you
I'm
doing?
agnostic. Is that okay? I still make arguments for God.
Are you an agnostic theist or agnostic atheist?
I don't know. I just don't believe there's data either way. So I think I'm strictly agnostic.
Just
but
straight
it's-
agnostic.
Yeah, which by definition means you still concede the possibility of a God, even if it's extremely low.
Yeah, so I guess we'll ask the proper dividing question then. Do you actually believe in a God, or do you just think God's possible?
I just think God's possible.
Okay, well, we're trying to talk to theists who actually do believe in God. I think your position is fine. It's just not what we're looking for.
Okay, because I can make some interesting arguments for a God.
Nah, we don't want to do any like devil's advocate type arguments. We want to talk to like real, actual believers.
Yeah.
Let's try Valentine. Ianto, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I pray to Doug to take away my... Stop it. To take away your feelings toward... I can't say that online, towards Justin, but he answered me and said that it's okay. Pray to Doug to take away... Oh, it is a double paste. Why would you want to do that? I feel kind of insulted now, actually. I don't know if I'm supposed to be insulted or impressed, Ianto, but you don't have to take those feelings away. They're perfectly valid feelings. Valentine, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing well.
Never
thank you
been
very
better.
much.
Doing A-okay.
Valentine, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah. I'm nearly 40, and so I believe in. I'm trying to kind of understand what you guys perceive as God. Like, what's your definition?
A mind that created the universe.
So a single mind.
Yeah. Well, if you think multiple minds created the universe, then I think that you're gonna have like even bigger problems. But yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so I mean, my position is that I'm basically trying to disprove it myself. So I'm starting from kind of a position of doesn't exist, but then looking at evidence and trying to analyze kind of the details that I see and the connections, connect the dots, things like that.
Sure.
My position is basically that there is something that exists potentially, but it's not what any of us understand at this present time.
But is it like a
Like the
mind or
books
like
all seem like a game of telephone is kind of my take on it. Like they're all interpretations. So we've probably lost many of the details, but there's plenty of cultures that have very similar creation stories that all kind of come from different areas, which seems odd. And there's more evidence coming out of that. So if you look at that, how could they all be wrong? Like
because
Occam's
they
razor would suggest
because they
that like the
presented no
simplest
arguments or
answer is the right
evidence.
answer.
So the simplest explanation for this is that they share the same human evolutionary history, which means they're going to share the same they're gonna share the same cognitive biases. And cognitive biases are what underlie a lot of belief in religion or creator. Whenever we don't know something, we insert a mind into it. A great example of this, if you hear a thud in your house in the middle of the night, you're going to think, holy shit, there's a person in my house. You're going to think that there's like danger because you apply intentionality. You're cognitively disposed to applying intentionality or like an individual who's like intending something in order to explain the things that you otherwise don't have an explanation for. So this explains why people think that there's a creator because absent other explanations, they didn't have access to scientific method or like advanced modern day scientific knowledge. So they're like, well, I don't really know where the universe came from. Maybe it came from a dude who has the desire and power to create the universe. So that's the conclusion that they all came to.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously like I'm an artist myself, and I mean the amount of times you come up with an idea that sounds similar to something else that you may have heard, like the kind of the universal consciousness where like there's an idea you might get inspired by something, and that causes you to basically write a song that sounds like somebody else's. Lots of people been sued for things like that. So
Sure.
I mean, yes, that obviously could happen too. The things that I find odd is that based on their different interpretations, like it really does sound like there could have potentially been something. And we've dug up like lots of stuff in the Middle East. We've found plenty of information, but the thing that stands out to me that they can't really explain is our chromosomes and like chromosome 2 that it's been fused, which doesn't happen in nature regularly.
Did you say they
So
can't
like
explain it?
The
I
explanation is that we have a common ancestor.
no, it has
There's
not been
definitely an
sorted out why
explanation for it.
why
Yeah.
it's fused. It fused, but we don't have an explanation of how that happens in nature yet. They know that it
Well,
has
it
happened. They
fused
don't
along
know
the
why it happened.
telomeres. It's just like a mutation, like many others.
Yes, but we can do gene splicing in the modern age. So that's what also leads me to believe that it's interesting that we would have evidence of something that can't necessarily happen in nature that we
So
can't
Wait,
explain
hold
yet.
Five
look,
on.
seconds
I
on
Why would I think that
Google.
it can't happen in nature? That's a huge
Five.
claim.
apparently it's called Robertsonian translocation where
Exactly.
two acrocentric chromosomes break at their centromeres and then join together end to end to form a single larger chromosome. Now that's what Google AI says. Who knows if we can trust it? But if Google AI is giving me something with a specific name, like we can probably go find its sources and find who Robertson was that coined this term, right? Like, have you looked into this? Have you checked that there are no
No.
explanations?
Yeah, I mean, I've dug into some of the details. Like, that's more of the stuff that I'm digging into now. But I was kind of looking at all of the translations of the different books as well, and kind of different ways the words are translated. Like I was going through the Bible, looking at the
Oh, you don't
original
want to do that.
Hebrew, and well, it's if you look at Elohim, it's
Oh
actually
no.
translated into several words, it becomes God, gods, or divine beings as well. And so I
Yeah.
found that interesting because, if you were 2,000 years ago or 6,000 years ago or whenever these stories were crafted, you wouldn't understand spaceships, traveling between, back and forth in space. So you'd use different words.
Elohim is just a concrete abstraction in Semitic languages. It's a generic way of saying divinity. So the Hebrew's full of them. For example, the word virginity in Hebrew comes from the word virgin. It's just an abstraction. The way you do the abstraction is you usually take the noun and then you make it a plural. So, for example, the plural of virgins is identical to the abstraction virginity. And there's hundreds of them you'll find throughout the Hebrew Bible. The ancient people would have known that Elohim is just a concrete abstraction of El or Eloah.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously like I think if you take the etymology of the words and you look at like the primitive nature of the people who were conveying them, like they wouldn't have had 10 words for the same thing. I also
They
find
did.
it interesting in the Bible they talk about the fact that
No,
there
What do you
are
mean
two lights
primitive?
that were created, two lights that are created, but then they talk about stars. So they obviously have a word for stars, but they didn't have a word for sun and moon.
They did.
If you read Genesis, they literally do not translate sun and moon.
Shemesh is the word for sun.
Right,
Even
but
I know
that's
that.
the,
I don't know
it's
why I
not
know
not
that, but I know
what's
that.
it's not what's used in the text is what I'm saying. It's like it's a
Yeah, it
very
is.
odd thing when you look at the text. There's certain things that read oddly, like it says created in our image, not in my image.
I
So
know, because there's a divine council. There's more than one of them. There's
yeah,
multiple gods in the Hebrew Bible. They're like big gods, little gods, basically. There's 70 of them. They show up famously in Psalm 82. God says, he says to the other lesser gods, though you are gods, you will die like mortals, because he's upset with them. There's a bunch of them.
right, yeah, and so like if you take that into consideration and look at other cultures, myths, and their legends, like I mean, the gods of the Egyptians, the gods and demigods of the Vikings, like all these cultures seem to have parallel themes in how they thought things presented themselves. So it just seems to me like it's a big game of telephone that some of these people may have witnessed something or were told something by somebody and then basically through the centuries have written it down differently. We don't necessarily know, but I found one thing that was really interesting about the heliosphere actually, and it comes back to the Bible and the firmament.
Oh
The
no.
firmament talks about dividing the waters above from the waters below, and it occurred to me, like turn of phrase, we use the phrase ocean of stars. So the firmament could potentially be talking about the barrier of the heliosphere that's where they've detected that it goes between 50 to 90,000 degrees right at the edge where
No,
it
it says
transitions
the
into
waters
space.
above and the waters below. It didn't refer to an ocean. It says Mayim, the waters.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah. The
Justin,
And
water,
where's the waters?
didn't the
the
Where's the
water
stars
waters
not
could
even
below?
also
exist
mean
yet?
it could also mean space because
Yeah,
the
also
word
space
for
didn't
firmament,
exist yet. The firmament was made before any of the celestial bodies.
that's what we're assuming, right? It's like
That's what the
you
text
have to kind
says.
of read between the lines of like some of the text.
You have to
That's
read
that's what I'm
into it, is what
saying.
it
It's
sounds
like
You have
like.
to, sorry, you had to add more to it that's not there. I forget, and then
Yeah.
rearrange it a little bit. Yeah,
no, you have to take into context the time and the place where it was written. That's
I
I think
have.
like these
I've actually
people.
studied the ancient Near East, and all of them believed in a flat disk Earth with a dome over top of it, and they believed that the dome was hard and firm, and they even made guesses
And that
as
it
to
had
how thick
doors.
it was, and it had
They had
doors, yeah, for the
doors,
sun to
so
go
the
in
sun
and
could
out
come in.
of.
The fuck?
And
Yeah, there
the
were
Jewish
little doors.
rabbis debated as to even how thick it was. The Egyptians debated as to material. They thought some said it was made of glass, some said it was made of bronze. The Bible seems to depict it as being made from sapphire stone. It's just a hard, firm dome that's holding back the primordial waters.
Yeah, and it's not the only thing. Am I right, fellas? Up top, down low.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Ian is
think
made of primordial waters, confirmed.
Yeah, it's well, if you look at interstellar space, like the amount of gamma radiation and the heliosphere holding everything back, we wouldn't be able to
The
survive
heliosphere
outside of the
doesn't stop gamma
heliosphere.
radiation.
It stops the interstellar radiation. There's a lot more radiation in the
It
interstellar
doesn't stop
space than
gamma.
there is.
It in some sense is the divide between interstellar ions, so protons and electrons, and stellar protons and ions. It's less a barrier and more where an outward flow meets an inward flow.
Yeah, and there's a huge temperature.
It's a transition period.
Like
It's
at that
a
spot.
transition period.
So we haven't figured out how to transition past that. So, like my running
Literally,
theory is
the Voyager probes went past it.
right, but not with humans on them. Like my theory is
okay.
that someone came from beyond that they were telling us we can't go beyond that.
Why?
Like
Why would we
the
think that we
people-
couldn't go beyond it?
Because the gods, quote unquote, basically they are relaying to us that we can't pass that barrier.
Because
Due
of
to
his
our
conclusion,
biology,
Dr. Blitz, his
potentially, like-
conclusion.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm kind of using all of that. I'm looking at all of the angles.
Like
but
it wouldn't be dangerous for humans to cross the heliosphere, except the fact that there's like no air, so you couldn't breathe, right? Like if you were in a rocket ship, you'd be fine passing through.
I think you would probably die from radiation without proper shielding.
No, well, I mean,
So-
like you die from radiation in space, like even within the heliosphere, like on the inside in our solar system, you die from radiation without shielding, because there's lots of radiation in space, and our own magnetic field protects us, like the Earth's magnetic field protects us from a lot of the radiation. So like if you were to take a trip to Mars, your cancer rate would go like way up because of the radiation. But like the heliosphere is not particularly more dangerous because it's a very thin area and you'd pass through fairly quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean, I obviously like I'm still working on all of this, but I thought it would be interesting to see what you guys were defining as God, because I don't think it's a monotheistic thing myself. I think it's probably more the ancient astronaut theory is probably more correct. Somebody intervened,
Why?
not totally with the current ancient astronaut theory, because I don't think that's entirely correct either, but more in that direction.
Why think it's correct at all? What's the problem with like abiogenesis or whatever?
Just I don't think that based on what I've seen, I don't see that we have evolved enough. Maybe obviously we don't have enough time to look at the entire human genome from like the very beginning, but like we can look at slices. But I mean, in the time that we have been studying things, I just don't think that it's possible that we started from like bacteria and then became
So
sentient
where did the
human beings.
ancient aliens come from?
Yeah, what did they start as?
Potentially just another species that's more advanced than us from
Does
another
it go back
Infinite-
forever?
An infinite regressive species is more plausible than abiogenesis.
Well, considering we haven't found other ones, I mean, they could be pretty rare. But I mean, it doesn't mean like the forest, dark forest.
Well,
theory,
look. Either there is some alien somewhere, or there is some organism somewhere in the universe that was the first living organism, or there isn't, and then there's just an infinite chain of living organisms. And the trouble with the infinite chain of living organisms thing is not some philosophical issue. It's that 13.8 billion years ago, the observable universe was the size of a beach ball. You can't fit living organisms in a beach ball. At least, not a civilization capable of space travel. Also, it was like 1 trillion degrees. So, like, how are you going to get living organisms?
Obviously,
Dr.
they're
Blitz is
made
gonna
of
be so
tardigrades.
surprised when I put him in a beach ball.
Oh my god, I'm going to be so surprised.
No, I appreciate your time, guys. But yeah, just wanted to see what you guys thought. But
Well, it was interesting. We appreciate you coming up and chatting with us.
yeah, appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. Hey, have a great one.
Dude.
And with that, let's read the last of our super chats. And friends, we now have channel memberships available for the first time. Let us know what kind of emojis you want up, and we'll start working on them and get them put up. We will get them.
Also,
put
what
up.
are you guys doing? There's like 1,000 of you watching on YouTube right now, and we still only have like just under 7,000 subscribers. So like something like I get that like in principle you could all be subscribers, but the odds of that are quite low. And in fact, you know what? Actually, I lied. I have access to the data and I can go check how many of you are subscribers. So you better freaking subscribe right now.
Yeah, please do, guys. We gotta grow the channel to bring people out of this nonsense before Christian nationalism does us in. Mindus, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says I'm working on an unapologetic bingo. So far, I got audio issues, Garba gaming, someone's trying to join via TikTok, and Big Bang equals something from nothing. I think that definitely deserves to be on the bingo card. I'll definitely get you give you the thumbs up on that. Thank you. And some clarification from, is it Ianto or Lanto? Sometimes the font with the L, I assume it's Ianto because it would have a long, anyways. Thank you for the super chat. It says, sorry that last one came across wrong. Of course, I'm eternally hot for you. Praise Doug. Not a problem, Ianto. It's absolutely not a problem. In fact, I had a gay sister tell me once a piece of advice that I've never forgotten, which is if a girl tells you you're cute, it's almost meaningless. If a guy tells you you're cute, they're more choosy. They know what good looking is. So I take all compliments from men to be quite high praise and valuable. So don't worry, Ianto, if you got the hots for me, I'll allow it. Doug will allow it. We love
So
you
you're
for
telling
it.
me when my wife tells me that I'm being cute, it means nothing?
I'm just saying.
Message received.
Blitz is fucking obliterating everyone right now. Oh my, when is Dr. Blitz going to stop folding his friends in debates? Is there anything that will stop the violence, that will put an end to the bloodshed, Dr. Blitz?
No.
That's all right. This is why we need Blitz. This is why we need Blitz. No lie will go unchallenged. No untruth left unturned. Names should be numbers. Oh boy.
What the fuck?
This is going to be fun. The greatest trick the universe ever played was convincing the world that God exists. Actually, I might agree with that. The God concept, I don't know if it's done much for humanity. Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't. It seems like it's done a lot of bad things for humanity. I could be wrong.
Yep.
Fern, thank you for the additional super chat. Says emoji, photon juice, also PLZ mute Discord. I don't know what you mean by PLZ.
Please, he's telling you to, or they're telling you to mute your Discord notifications.
So actually, I was having this conversation with somebody recently. Guys, I don't have any Discord open right now on a browser that's being recorded. Where are they coming from?
I don't know.
Are they coming from somebody else?
I don't think I have Discord notifications turned on.
I don't think that you'd be able to hear my Discord notifications.
I'm going to send a message to the Discord. Let me know if you hear this.
I hear this.
You heard it?
I didn't hear it.
I have my Discord notifications on. Oh, but you're asking like the chat if they hear that?
Yeah, did the chat hear it?
How would they be hearing my Discord notifications?
Yeah, so I don't know where they're coming from.
It's Ian, apparently.
That's weird. Have you
If
guys?
you didn't hear that Discord notification, then no, it's not me.
Yeah, that's weird.
Well, I guess we could get to the bottom of this. I'll send a message.
Yeah.
Just send a message to one of us because we're all in the same Discord chat.
But if nobody heard that message.
Oh, that's true.
I'm hearing a lot of notes from the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you.
Did they say it's Ian? Ian, mute your browser tabs and try again. Although I don't know why you must be piping your browser audio into the.
Oh wait, somebody said they're saying heard it.
Yeah, wait. So that means I think that means it's yours. Wait, Blitz, you send a message, Blitz. If they hear it again, then that means it's Justin. Maybe it's Danny.
Oh, you know what? I bet they're hearing it not on TikTok, but they're hearing on YouTube only.
Yeah. So YouTube and TikTok have different audio feeds. So If you're hearing it in one place and not the other, then it's probably Justin, because Justin's controlling the audio feed from
Because
on his
I'm
end.
importing my desktop audio into
That'll do
YouTube,
it.
not into TikTok.
It's
But
Justin's fault.
It is me. I apologize. I can just mute my tabs, by the way.
So wait a minute. What you're telling me is that every time I'm spamming the group chat when something crazy is happening, y'all are hearing it?
They just hear the beep.
They just hear boop, boop, boop. Like, oh.
Yeah, I just sent a message now, and it's obviously it's gone because I muted the tab. Nobody should hear it now.
Yeah. If you hear us typing a lot, it's because we're talking shit about the guest.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, but Fern, thanks for letting us know, because we needed to look into that, and now I know the problem is me. But guys, thanks so much for being here. Thank you for all the likes and shares and support. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. If you want to support our channel as a member, hey, we got memberships now. If you have suggestions for member perks or for emojis, let us know. We'll be happy to set up membership systems that are beneficial to our members. And with that, friends, we are out.